5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of December 13th. I would ask that you all rise and join us in the singing of O Canada. Yes. Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of O Canada and to the National Film Board for the images of our country. I will now move to the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes and look for a motion for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Right, thank you. I move that council approve the city council meeting minutes from December 5th as presented.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. I'll call the question. Those are the council meeting minutes of November 29th. And thank you. Councillor O'Toole votes in favor. And that is carried unanimously. Moving to the adoption of today's agenda. Looking for a motion. Councillor O'Toole. Thank you for that motion. The motion is in order. I'll call the question. Councillor Thiessen.
Just in respect to tonight's council meeting, should we have the addition of committee member appointments as on this agenda?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you.
There. Yep. Right. So call the question.
I'm in favor.
Councillor O'Toole votes in favor. And that carries unanimously. Moving now to the delegation portion of our meeting. For those of you who may be interested in or watching, at any time, if you would like to come to speak to council, you are more than welcome to come join in, call us through the virtual format of the 3 p.m. session without letting us know ahead of time. The evening portion meeting, you do need to let us know ahead of time. It's a very easy form to fill out. It's on our website, and you can just submit it and let us know that you plan to come for the evening session of the meeting. We do have 3 delegations for the afternoon session, and then at that point I'll ask to see if there's anyone else online who would wish to speak to council. First of the delegations that let us know that they would be here today, I have Ms. Ruth Enns. If you're with us, Ms. Enns, if you could please turn on your camera and introduce yourself for those who are watching.
Oops. There.
There we go. Perfect. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Honorable Mayor and worthy council members, I wish to sincerely thank you for your willingness to hear my concerns. I'm going to begin with a bouquet to our mayor, Jackie Clayton. I could have told her this in person, but decided to thank her here for the benefit of you all to know. In case you didn't have a chance to see the article in the AMA magazine, Her Honor, the interim mayor at the time, did a fabulous job of marketing our city I was amazed at her ability to select delightful examples of our amenities and resources. I thought to myself, where would I start to choose which ones to include? Jackie was probably given limited words and space for the article, but did a phenomenal job of showing off our city. Sincere thanks and congratulations for a job well done, Your Honor. Just a brief who am I? I'm a senior citizen of Grande Prairie, born in Sexsmith, but living in the city for the past 23 years. I'm a piano teacher and a retired school teacher. So shall I just go ahead and present my thing, or is that
Absolutely, please.
enough of it?
Just so
Okay, thank you.
Just one thing, just before we get started. In case anybody who's watching missed your name, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Enns, just introducing yourself so the people who are watching at home have it on the video.
Okay. I am Ruth Enns. My husband, the late John Enns, died almost 4 years ago. And I have 6 kids and a whole bunch of grandchildren. That's enough of that. Okay. I have received both COVID injections and have my COVID passport, so have all the privileges associated with that. But as you are well aware, whether to be vaccinated or not has become an extremely controversial issue, resulting in divisions within homes, churches, extended families, etc. I am not writing this in an attempt to debate the positives or negatives of either side. Everyone has their reasons for believing what they do, and rightly so. Up until now, we have had the freedom of having and expressing different views without discrimination. So that is why I was very sad to hear that our city fathers had voted to make vaccinations mandatory for all city employees. If hundreds of residents were getting COVID, I could see the concern, but I see no evidence for a major concern. So I'm simply asking you to revisit this issue and reconsider. Why? Because I believe that you, as our elected leaders, are setting a dangerous precedent for Grande Prairie residents. It seems to me that mandatory vaccinations may result in people judging each other over personal and what should be private decisions. As the famous quote says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. I sincerely hope your decision will be changed so that Grande Prairie can be a safe place emotionally. I'm almost certain that your decision was based on wanting Grande Prairie to be a safe place physically, and that your decision was made with the best of intentions. And for that, I thank you. But safety emotionally has become a huge issue that I believe needs to be addressed. Like I mentioned earlier, I am vaccinated, so do not suffer the disdain and animosity that others are experiencing. But I'm asking you to consider not taking sides on this issue so that all your citizens you represent can feel accepted and emotionally valued. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for coming today, Ms. Enns, and I'll just tell you a little bit how this process works. Now is an opportunity for council to ask you questions, and then at that time, we'll go to our next delegation. Any business arising from delegations happens at the towards the end portion of the meeting. So at that time, you're more than happy to stay on, listen, watch. Just after council has a chance to ask you questions, we'll just ask that you turn off your camera so we can move on to our next delegation. But for now, I'll open up to council to ask you any questions they may have.
Okay.
In the queue, I see Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for coming in today, Ms. Enns. It's very noble of you to be here today and to ask us to make these considerations for people. I know you're coming from a good place. So you asked us if the City Council could reconsider or change our decision. If you were in our chair, what would you do with the policy? What would you do differently? Would you just change it outright, scrap it, or are there different aspects of it that you would do to make it more fair?
Well, to the best of my understanding, of course, I'm not as involved as you folks are and haven't heard all the things that are going on. But I think just strictly from a resident person perspective, to leave it open rather than having all of your workers have to have the vaccination, I think that should be a personal choice. Because when you take a policy as a city council, that speaks for the whole city. And there's just been so much I've run into a number of people who feel very like they're the enemies of those who are vaccinated, and I feel that's really sad that people are having to take sides and decide what they do, and they're considered awful people if they don't do it. And so I think, why not employ everyone, let people make their own decisions? That would be my wish.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Enns, for speaking to us today. I really appreciate it. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. And one thing is we really suck at having these hard conversations right now as a society. And I think you're exhibiting how we should have these hard conversations by actually coming and speaking to us and making your case in a very reasonable way. So I want to thank you for being here. I'm just curious, you talked about mandatory vaccination for staff, but are you aware that the policy also allows them, if they don't want to get vaccinated, to get a rapid test, and currently that's at the city's expense?
Ms. Enns?
Oh, no, I was not aware that that was at the city's expense, because I know at the universities it's the students' expense, so I didn't know. Thank you for clarifying that.
And just to follow up, if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just curious, does that change your opinion on it all, or do you still feel that the policy needs to be changed?
How often do the tests have to be taken, may I ask?
My understanding is 72 hours currently.
Yes, that's correct.
Every 72 hours. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really change it. I mean, it helps it a little, but it's still sort of making that person feel like they're doing something wrong every 72 hours. So, yeah, I'd still like it to be revisited, please.
Awesome. Again, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us directly and in the way you've spoke to us. I really do appreciate that and wish more people would do that. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Blackmore.
Councillor Bressie actually spoke directly to what I was going to ask our delegation, but thank you, Ms. Enns, for coming in today and standing up for what you believe in. That's what government and governance is all about, and we really appreciate hearing from you, and we will certainly think about the things you've told us today.
All right, Councillor Lerners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Enns. Again, thank you for your articulate expression of interest today. That was well taken. So let's say we walk down this path and we are where we are and we do what Mr. Councillor Bressie says, and we're allowing staff to get tested on our dime for a reasonable amount of time. I'm just curious if you have any ideas of. I guess the initial one was to say scrap it completely, but assuming we didn't do that today, do you have any criteria that would maybe trigger a time when we would stop requiring 72-hour rapid test vaccinations? Do you have any ideas what we could use as some guidelines for that?
I think my suggestion would be check your numbers, and if there's really not much happening, I'm thinking that, let's say by the end of the year, this could be changed so that people don't have to keep having those tests.
Okay, thank you.
That would be my suggestion. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, Councillor Lerners. Ms. Enns, I don't see anyone else in the queue for questions. I just had a couple comments,
Okay.
more than questions. Thank you for your comments in regards to the AMA magazine. Definitely one thing I love to do is tell the people of Alberta and the rest of Canada and the rest of the world all the great things that there are to visit in Grande Prairie and the region. So I was happy to do that article, and I really quite enjoyed it. In regards to your comments today, I really appreciate you, as mentioned, coming out in a conversational approach to talk about difficult issues. Many issues today, unfortunately, get discussed from behind a keyboard and through social media, where there's actually not constructive discussion. So I really appreciate you taking the time to come today, tell us your opinions, and as mentioned, many of your comments resonate with a lot of council. I can tell you the discussion to get to where the current vaccination policy is was a lengthy discussion, and it was a very engaged discussion. As mentioned by Councillor Bressie, the current policy gives council and employees a time frame to be able to get their vaccinations. The policy currently puts us to approximately the middle of January, where employees would have to be double vaccinated, and at that time they are able to test free of charge every 72 hours for up to 3 months. The city is covering that, so there's still time of consideration during that process and during that policy for employees to be able to decide that they do or don't want to get vaccinated, and it's still very fluid in that. And because our hope as a council and as an organization was to not restrict people from having their job, was to not restrict people financially either. So the discussion and the policy really led to where we are today. But your opinion is very valuable, and I appreciate you coming out. So thank you for that. I did.
Thank you.
And Ms. Enns, as I mentioned, at the end of the afternoon portion, we do go through our delegations. Right now, I'll move on to our next delegation. And please stay around, listen, watch. But I just ask that you could turn off your camera while I go to the next delegation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. All right, next on our list of delegations that have let us know ahead of time, the Grande Prairie Residential Society, and I think Travis McNally is with us. If Mr. McNally, if you're with us, there we go. Mr. Williams, nice to see you. Ms. Normington, if you could introduce yourselves for those who are watching, and then, as with other delegations, 5 to 10 minutes to explain to us, what you're here about today, and then I'll give council an opportunity to ask you questions. So please feel free to go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Williams, your mic is muted.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Can you hear me
Perfect.
now?
There we go.
I'm Travis McNally, president of the Grande Prairie Residential Society, and been involved in it as a founding member, and that's about it.
And I'm Dale Williams, a member of the board of directors for the Grande Prairie Residential Society.
And I'm Debbie Normington, and I'm a board member for the Grande Prairie Residential Society as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thanks for coming.
You bet. I guess I've been delegated the speech-making task. So anyway, our society has been around since about 1986, and the original goal and the continuing goal as well is that we provide barrier-free housing to people, particularly with mobility disabilities, and we also reach out to people with other types of disabilities as well. And we also are involved in affordable housing. The most recent acquisition has been when with Margaret Edson Manor, which is located over by the casino, and that is a barrier-free and affordable complex. There's approximately over 70 suites in that building, and the 16 are barrier-free, and 54 are termed affordable suites. And we up in Crystal Ridge, the original development was a series of duplexes, and then we in the 90s also built a small apartment building on a single floor type apartment building here. So that's I guess in a nutshell who we are, and why we exist. And we are looking at moving forward in with a new direction as well, to provide more barrier-free and affordable type housing as well. So the reason that we've asked to attend your meeting was that we are looking to move forward with another type of a project, and one of the things that we do have some difficulty with is raising money and essentially borrowing from the bank. And the main reason for that is that we at Margaret Edson Manor are essentially, although we are partners with the city in the development, in a sense that we are actually a joint, termed a joint venture in that sense. We aren't on the title, so we don't have title to the property. And one of the things that the banks really like is they like the security of the land. Now we do have a lease that goes for probably a maximum of about 50 years. We have another 10 years left on the little over 10 left on the original lease, and we have two 20-year renewal the capacity for two 20-year renewals anyways. And so approximately 50 years yet left remaining. So what we are asking is if the city would consider putting us on title for the property so that we could move forward with future in our future developments and things like that somewhat easier. We do have a mortgage on Margaret Edson Manor, which is mostly paid down right now. But when we originally applied for the mortgage, it was quite a chore. We did end up getting the Royal Bank to agree to a mortgage for us, and that ultimately worked out. But if we were to try and have another mortgage on that property, if we'd like to do a second mortgage or something like that, that really is not something that banks would be willing to do. So I guess that's where we're at now. Part of why we're here is we were called to meet with some of the staff at the city because the Sunrise House is looking to locate on a portion of the land in which Margaret Edson is. So they're looking to subdivide that, and so has simply asked us to come and talk to them about that. We're right on side with that. We're very happy that Sunrise House has been able to find some property, and they're certainly deserving of a more concentrated home and something that's new. So anyway, we brought this idea forward to the city because it's something that we had been thinking about for some time, and this was an ideal opportunity. And so they suggested that we should speak with the council and see where you guys are at with whether this is something you'd be interested in.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Williams. Mr. McNally or Ms. Normington, anything to add before I open it up to council for questions?
Not at this point for me.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks so much. So in the queue, I see Councillor Blackmore.
So thank you so much for coming in and giving this presentation to us today. It's good to see that things are still going well at Margaret Edson Manor. I just have a couple questions. One, Mr. Williams, you're only referring to the land at Margaret Edson, right? You're not talking about the land in Crystal Ridge?
No, the land in Crystal Ridge is already owned by the society.
And does the city provide any other services to Margaret Edson Manor other than the land on which the building is built? Like, do we do any maintenance or general construction, snow removal, anything like that on the site? Or are you independent of us outside of the land title?
Yes, no, all of the maintenance and any repairs are looked after by our society.
Good, thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Bosch.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. McNally and Mr. Williams and Ms. Normington for attending. My question is, and because I'm a newbie here, has the city ever been a co-applicant or a co-signer to any of the properties that you've built?
I don't believe in the case of the Crystal Ridge properties, the land, I think, for the duplexes was it? Where did it come from?
That, I believe, was part of the parcel of this land.
Right. Yeah. that I'm aware of. The city, with Margaret Edson Manor, the city, still owns the land, and the way the agreement is structured is that it's basically, in clause 15 in our lease, it's termed a joint venture. And so should the property ever be sold, then the city and Grande Prairie Residential Society would each, they would each take half of whatever the net proceeds were.
Okay, thank you. And these are all permanent buildings. None of them are non-permanent, correct?
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, thank you, Dale. Mr. McNally, again, being newbie, I get to ask the dumb question. So how did this, can you give me a brief history lesson? So we supplied the land and your society built the building, or did we buy it and lease it out, or build it and lease it out to you, or what? What's the history of this?
No, actually, there is a lease. It's $1 a year, which I don't know if we've ever paid, but anyway, so the land, before we started the construction, we arranged for a lease agreement with the city, and then we received a grant from the federal and provincial governments to get the project started, and then we financed the remainder. The city did help with, so they helped with things like getting utilities into place and permits and the cost of the permits, things like that. And part of our commitment to the city is that whatever funds we have from the operations, over the course of the year, half of the net proceeds goes back to the city. And we had a number of expenses that had to be paid out first before we started paying the city. But I think I'm not sure if it was about 4 or 5 or 6 years ago that we started splitting the proceeds with the city.
So
Can I?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just going to jump in for a second because for those of you that are familiar with Hearthstone Manor that the city owns, Margaret Edson Manor was built under the same application, grant funding application. So we qualified, Grande Prairie Residential Society qualified for the affordable housing grant, and so got a per door grant amount to build that building. And one of the other things that Dale hasn't mentioned is that it is a sustainable project. So the affordable rents are kept at well below market rents. So typically they would need to be 10 to 20% below market, but these are substantially more than that. And it has been sustainable, and we're at 16 years, almost 17 that it's been open. So it's been a valuable project for the city and for the residents who have been able to live there. But it's through the affordable housing grant that was constructed.
So maybe for administration, so when we build these things and we acquire these lands, I presume through maybe MR dedications, or I don't know how we got this chunk of dirt. Is it fee simple, or is it like a school where they're building on a former MR parcel, or like if that's the case, it makes it a little more complicated? But
I believe it's fee simple. There's really, it's not at all similar to the school designation.
okay.
Councillor Lenners, I do see administration looking to answer your question.
Okay.
I can't turn your mic.
Madam Mayor, just to confirm that it is a fee simple law.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Lenners, anything else? Great. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious, are there any grants you're working on right now or any projects you're working on right now that give specific deadlines to do this that we should be aware of? Or is this just something you want to do to open up your options in the future?
Well, we are working with a group now, a construction group that is looking to build a 160 suite building here in Grande Prairie, and so we were hoping to be able to qualify for to be a partner in that project.
And just municipal government isn't always known to move quickly, but it can when it needs to. Is there a specific timeline you're hoping to hit that you're hoping we can align with to consider this request, or?
Well, we don't have a firm like construction start date or anything for the project, so I think there is some time there available. We're not at the point where we're building anyways yet.
Great, that's fair enough. And I guess the most important thing to me is there any funding in the form of grants that's at risk if this doesn't happen fast enough?
Not that I'm aware of. No, we haven't been working like looking to get a grant from anybody at this point.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you everyone for coming on in to Dale, Travis, and to Deb. I think what you're looking to build here is a bit more of an asset profile so that you can leverage it for these future grants. So I guess my question for you is, I really applaud all the work that you've done over time and what you've done with the monies and what you've done for people in our community. But what is the need according to the Grande Prairie Residential Society? Do you all have an idea of like how many people are in need currently in our city of barrier-free housing? Obviously more than that are probably listed, but as far as your organization is concerned, what's the need? Is it just 160 homes or does it go beyond that?
Oh, no. Typically, it wouldn't be that high. You know, the actual need would for real barrier-free. We're looking at at somewhere in the 10 to 15 range. But the need for affordable housing is considerable, right? And what we typically do is Margaret Edgson's a good example of it. We couldn't afford to rent only to the barrier-free community, people needing barrier-free housing, because typically their income is quite low as well. And so with Margaret Edgson Manor, the 56 suites that are that are affordable suites, even though they are low as well. Like as Deb mentioned, we charge considerably less than the 10 or 20%. Our rents are typically right around the $700 mark for the affordable suites for a 2-bedroom. Even though they are that low, because of the critical mass that we have enough people in the affordable side of things that we can afford to operate the entire building and provide housing for the people who have the barrier-free need. I don't know if I've answered your question there, but
no, I think you did. Sorry,
just a portion. Sorry, the barrier-free side of things is just a portion, but if we don't have the money to run the whole place, then we can't provide housing to them either, I guess.
Yeah, and no, I totally understand and appreciate that. And to me, like 10 to 15 seems still like a pretty big list for the barrier-free. So we don't always have those accommodations made in rental housings or even in affordable houses all the time. So thank you for the good work that you're doing. And go ahead.
Sorry, Deb, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say, because Chris, you mentioned the 160 units. So we've been in discussion with an organization that plans to build 160 units. So our portion of those would be kind of the number that we see as being required to fill that need for the barrier-free housing. So it would just be a portion of those units, and so we would be in a partnership with an organization to supply those units.
Yeah.
But we would still need to make a financial investment in that building.
Yeah, it's still got to make business sense. I get that. And working in partnership, but to create those barrier-free is usually a bit of a higher cost, so I understand that as well. No, but thank you for all your answers and the clarifications. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a question, just from what you just said a moment ago. So this would be a business deal? So you would have a portion, there'd be a private owner, and you're looking for assistance through the city?
No. We would be looking to, like, we do have some of our own resources, and then to make up the rest, we'd be looking to get a loan from bank for the remainder.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
All right. Well, I don't see any further questions in the queue, so I want to thank you for coming today. Appreciate your time and appreciate you filling out the process, letting us know ahead of time. As I mentioned earlier, delegation business is dealt with towards the end of the meeting, and you are more than welcome to stay on and listen. I just ask that you could turn your cameras off so I can move to the next delegation.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. We got to mute too.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Now, the next delegation that let us know ahead of time that they will be here today is a Ms. Kim Smith. Ms. Smith, if you are on the call, if you could please turn on your camera and then introduce yourself for those who are watching. Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. And just like the other delegations, take about 5 to 10 minutes to speak to council what you wish to address us about, and then I'll turn it over to council for questions they may have for you. So please feel free to go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kim Smith. I have been a resident of Grande Prairie for about 25 years as an elementary school teacher, and then as a practice manager, office manager for the dental office, which my husband has been a part of for 40 years here in Grande Prairie. My husband and I own the brick building behind the downtown Tim Hortons. This building has 3 rental units, one of which it has a dental office, no longer owned by us, one of which has Bang Up Beauty, a salon and spa, and one of which is currently vacant. We are having increasing problems with homeless people begging and sleeping in and around our building. I know that the council is working diligently to find solutions to the problems facing the homeless. I also understand that there is a program being considered of the Public Security Pilot Project, which I am hoping can help with mobile patrols and security enforcement for businesses and their patrons. With this in mind, I just wanted to share my experiences with the homeless downtown in support of this pilot project. I believe the mayor and the councillors received a 4-page essay. I'm sorry. I will just give an overview for the lucky ones who didn't get the long version. We currently have homeless people at our building who camp out on the eastern edge of the building and panhandle in the Tim Hortons lineup regularly, as in many times daily. I expect that many of you have experienced this, have gone through the main Tim Hortons and have seen someone either on our sidewalk or the Tim Hortons sidewalk or on the way to the street, usually with a cardboard sign and often with many belongings with them. We often have homeless who are sleeping beside, behind, inside, and in front of the building. They bring their belongings or refuge to the site. They leave it there. We're removing clothing, shopping carts, mattresses, and garbage. The effect of this, other than being an eyesore, is that the renters who own the businesses and as a teacher, I can speak to grade 4 students all the time. I'm very nervous speaking in front of an adult group.
I assure you, please don't be nervous. Other than a couple counselors, most of us are really nice. So, feel free to take your time. Don't rush, and just don't be nervous. Please continue. Take your time.
Okay. So the staff of the businesses are very nervous about the homeless, whether they're outside, especially when we have dark in the winter, from halfway through the afternoon till halfway into the morning. Their clients are also very nervous about it. And I have heard that people going through Tim Hortons are just very uncomfortable with the situation. Sometimes their reactions will be to give money. Sometimes their reactions will be to give food. Sometimes their reactions will actually be to berate the homeless. And I believe that none of those responses are long-term helpful responses. Both the renters and myself call mobile outreach and the RCMP complaint line on an extremely regular basis. In talking to my tenants, I figure that we probably call between 5 and 10 times a week, sometimes multiple times a day, asking for them to ask the homeless to move along or for cleanup of needles and that sort of thing. In talking with mobile outreach, Bang Up Beauty, which is the salon, has received the suggestion that they actually keep their front door locked at all times so that the homeless are not coming in and asking to use the washroom or, once again, making their clients uncomfortable, because an uncomfortable client can find somewhere else to go. I hate the thought that they can't have an open door. I've had all the bushes in the back parking lot removed so that belongings aren't stowed there and people don't sleep there. We've installed bright lights. We have cameras installed. I pay a service to come get rid of the extra garbage on a weekly basis, but more recently I've had to call them out extra times as well. This morning was a shopping cart, which is not hard to remove, but last weekend, I think I sent a picture to you guys of a mattress and box spring at the front of my building. I do get complaints from the tenants, which I understand. They don't feel safe and they don't feel comfortable. They get complaints from their customers. I recently got a complaint from a member of the public who does not frequent either of the businesses, but who apparently goes through the Tim Hortons drive-thru 3 times a day. Glad I'm not a coffee drinker. It sounds like an expensive habit. I am having a difficult time renting the remaining space because it is known that there are a lot of homeless people around there, and there are people who don't want to set up in that situation. We kind of have a bit of a comedy of errors going around the drive-through, because if I call the RCMP or mobile outreach or approach somebody who's standing on the sidewalk beside my building and tell them that this is private property and that they can't stand there, generally they will walk across the drive-through and stand on the sidewalk at Tim Hortons. And then the Tim Hortons manager notices them and comes out and says, well, this is private property, you can't stand there. And if I've left, they come back and stand on my side. We actually met in the middle last week and the person left. But I don't really expect to schedule that very often. It is notable, however, that I've heard from a couple sources that it's only about 4 to 6 regulars who are there. Once again, it's successful for them to be there. They are sheltered from the wind. They do get food donations. They do get money donations. So I'm not really sure which route to go in trying to discourage this. I have gotten a quote to have the sidewalk, I'm receiving a quote to have the sidewalk ripped up and have bushes put there to make it less accessible as a place to just stand. I've looked into security. I'm getting a quote to have somebody there. According to the security company, and I guess they're the experts, having somebody come down on a random basis will only go so far. They're suggesting that I hire somebody 8 hours a day while the offices are open to be making sure that the homeless aren't there. I feel like that's a very expensive route to go, and I'm not sure that I'm able to do that at the moment. But I did hear that you had a pilot project which might help with that. So I'm hoping that it is something that can decrease some of the population. My building is not the only one. Obviously, you guys are aware of most of this, but it's certainly an area that needs attention. In 2013, when I bought the building, we never had to call. There did not seem to be an issue. Around 2017, we might be calling once a month for RCMP or mobile outreach. But in the past year or two, whether it's pandemic, whether it's recession, we are calling 5 to 10 times a week. So I'm so glad that the city is continuing to work on programs for the homeless and also actively looking into helping the businesses and clients that are affected. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming today, and thank you for your information. I know there are a couple councillors in the queue with some questions. And first, I'll go to Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Kim. Good to see you again. Sorry under these circumstances. Thank you so much for having the courage. I read your letter, and I feel for you. Have you tried working with the Tim Hortons to ask and put up signage to say, please do not feed or give money to the homeless? And that may sound heartless, but I don't know. Is it a consideration?
It is something, Councillor O'Connor, that we have discussed. It was suggested, and we came to the conclusion, although it may be erroneous, that there is not any wording in the world in 2021 that Tim Hortons could put up that they would not get roasted for. If you can come up with something that's great, I think that the manager would be open to it. But I think social media would probably be able to pick apart most anything that would be put up. As I said, the manager is likely open to do so with the right wording.
Thank you, Kim.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith, for your comments. I do sympathize with what you have to deal with. I absolutely understand that and deal with it on a regular basis at times. I do believe this pilot security program will be a huge benefit to you and to a number of businesses, whether they be in the core or hotspots in the city. So I appreciate that you see that we're trying to work on new ideas and new forms of trying to build relationships with people that just need that assistance. The mobile outreach team is another example of that. That's fairly new. So I will be in support of this program. So I support what you're going through, and hopefully we can work on something together.
Thank you so very much.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Smith. Again, I don't see anyone else in the queue. I want to thank you for your time and for your passion. As a downtown business owner myself, I understand exactly what you're going through, and I empathize with your concerns. I know council, as discussed, will have a discussion later on in the meeting. You're more than welcome to watch, to listen, to stay on the call. I just ask that you turn off your camera, and delegation business is dealt with at the end. But thank you again for coming out and speaking to council. I think it's important that people do this as often as they can. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Council, I'm moving on to item number 6 under reports. First one being grant allocation. In your package, there's a motion there. This is in regards to rescinding an motion that was initially worded from the standing committee meeting, and so I'll be looking for business arising from that. I see Councillor Thiessen in the queue. Oh, sorry, before you go, so I see Ms. Bieberdorf is on the call. If you wanted to introduce that, Ms. Bieberdorf, please, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So on Monday, November 29th, Council passed 2 motions for the Highland Park Neighborhood Association's Community Improvement Grant. The second motion in the report was written in error. It should have said Swan-Avon Neighborhood Association. So administration is recommending that Council rescind the motion for Highland Park in the amount of $4,123 and approve a motion for the same amount to the Swan-Avon Neighborhood Association.
Perfect. Thank you for bringing this forward. And as mentioned, it was a simple clerical error. Councillor Thiessen, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Ms. Bieberdorf, for bringing this forward, because let's face it, accidents happen sometimes, and it's good that we're on top of it. So in saying all that, I would move that Council I move that Council rescind the Council motion made November 29th, 2021, Community Improvement Grant funding to the Highland Park Neighborhood Association in the amount of $4,123, and approve Community Improvement Grant Swan-Avon Neighborhood Association, the amount of $4,123.
There we go. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. All right, comments or questions on the motions as presented? Seeing none, call the question.
Councillor O'Toole, in favor.
Councillor O'Toole votes in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
All right. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bieberdorf. Moving on to item 6.2 in regards to sale of city property at the address of lot 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. At 10030 102nd Avenue, the former fire station downtown. And Mr. Halliday's with us tonight. If you would like to speak to this, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Clayton, Mayor Clayton. So today's report is recommending the sale of city property located at the corner of 102nd Avenue and 101st Street, known as the Old Fire Hall. The property is currently occupied by the city's Community Social Development Department, CSD, and City Parks Department. Technical Search and Rescue and the RCMP also occupy a portion of the shop space. With the recent purchase of the Coordinated Care Campus and the construction of the new Parks building in South Bear Creek, both city departments are due to vacate the property in early 2022. Given this, the property will become a surplus and no longer be required as a city facility. It's been recommended that the services of a realtor be employed and the property listed on the open market at market value to both increase the exposure to potential buyers and to ensure public perception, fairness, and equal opportunity. A market value appraisal of the property was completed by a third-party appraiser who determined the current value to be $1.2 million. With that, it is recommended that Council make the property marketable and direct administration to engage the services of a qualified realtor to sell the property at market value.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Halliday. I see questions. Councillor Blackmore.
I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Halliday, that Technical Search and Rescue has a plan to move somewhere because they're not parks and they're not city. They're a volunteer nonprofit organization.
Mr. Halliday?
Madam Mayor, I will direct this question to Director Glavin.
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, they do have a place to go. We are providing them space, the new park shop that we are constructing.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, with well over 100 realtors in Grande Prairie, this is a rookie question, how do you figure out which realtor to use?
Mr. Halliday?
Thank you for the question. So it's been proposed that RFQ would go out, so a request for quotation. through the Grande Prairie Realtor Association and be circulated with all commercial realtors within Grande Prairie. The criteria of the RFQ would be a weighted RFQ with both cost and marketing strategies being weighed in the RFQ.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. I'm just curious about how this gets interpreted when if we give direction to sell it at market value. Does that mean that you're going to take any price at $1.2 million or higher because it's appraised, or does that mean you'll take the highest price he can get out of it? Just how does this get interpreted if it passes as written?
Mr. Halliday?
So as it stands with policy and MGA, we're required to sell any land at market value. So we would list at market value. If any offers came in under value, it would come back to council for final approval.
Great. Excellent. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. If we're ready, I can make the motion.
Yeah, I don't see anyone else in the queue with any questions, so please feel free.
I move the council makes lots 17 through 21, Block 2, Plan 1410 AC, marketable and engage the services of a realtor to sell the city-owned facility known as the former fire hall at market value.
Thank you for that motion. That motion's in order. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Bressie.
Great. No, I appreciate the motion, and I appreciate that we're doing this. I think that this is one of the reasons that the coordinated care campus works, and it makes financial sense, is because we're relocating departments there, and that is why we're able to get up to 100 people, or maybe even more than that, off our streets with realistic chances to get healthy without actually any new cost to taxpayers, is because we're getting more efficient with our operations by moving a few departments under the same roof. So I appreciate the administration's continued work to make sure that we keep our promises with the coordinated care campus, and one of those was that it wouldn't be a big additional burden to taxpayers.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to committee business for tonight, under item 7.1, the Standing Council Committee of the Whole meeting held December 2nd and 3rd, and it's in your package, Council. Just look at Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held December 2nd through 3rd, 2021 as presented.
Thank you for that motion. Comments or questions? Seeing none, call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Toole votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. I would look now, moving on to business arising from that Council Committee of the Whole. And I see it's in your package there in regards to a couple of bylaws. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, I can do this little bit of business. So I would move that Council give 3 readings to bylaw C-1395H, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
This is first reading. Yep. So first reading, no debate on first reading. I'll call the question.
In favor, Kevin O'Toole.
Councillor O'Toole votes in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. A lot of people can't hear the whispers, but I want to say thank you to our legislators, our city clerk, Ms. Arlene Carbusucci, for keeping me in line just because I'm messing up all my motions today. I must be just excited to go off to Christmas. Anyways, I would move that Council give second reading to bylaw C-1395H, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate on second reading, Council? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor Bressie in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council have third reading at this meeting.
So this is a motion in order to have third reading here today. It must pass unanimously. I will call the question.
Councillor O'Toole, in favor.
Councillor Bressy in favor.
So with that passing unanimously, we are able to have third reading here tonight. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1395H, being an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
That motion is in order. Comments or questions? Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am going to move an amendment because we didn't actually get a chance to debate this bylaw when we were debating budgets. So it's not my intention to go into the whole budget because we fairly debated all that, but we didn't debate this part of it. And that is, my apologies, I got logged out of eScribe, so I'm madly scrolling to find the right part of the book. So I'm open friendly amendment if the phrasing this is wrong, but I would move that council amend the bylaw to leave a $2 walk at the Eastlink Center in it. And just to speak to this, there was a lot of conversation about making sure that walking down at the Eastlink Center is still accessible for people at low cost, maybe even low cost. There are opportunities there, but I didn't hear a firm plan of what was definitely going to be done in 2022. And I think leaving this in our bylaw is prudent to make sure that if some of those other opportunities fall through, administration still has this $2 option. So leaving it here isn't council giving direction to saying, hey, it has to continue going the way it is. But I think this is council giving a firm indication that we value a low-cost walk in the Eastlink Center being available to the public and leaving options open if some of the alternatives don't pan out.
All right. Comments or questions on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, call the question on the amendment.
Councillor O'Toole supports that.
Councillor Bressy in favor.
Councillor Bressy and Councillor O'Toole in favor. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much for that motion. Councillor Bressy, I know that we had a little bit of discussion about it, sort of online a little bit, offline a lot, and I think it's a great motion, which you saw unanimously. So I'd move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1395H as an amendment to the fees, rates, and as amended to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you for that motion. Comments or questions on the amended motion? Seeing none. Call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
So we're just going to do that again. Just had a little bit of a glitch there. Get the right motion on the screen and we'll vote again. There we go. Give third reading to the motion as amended. And that carries unanimously. Moving on, additional council business. Councillor Thiessen, are you still?
I definitely can. So I would move that council approve the 2022 operating and capital budgets with a proposed increase of 1.16% to the 2022 average tax amount.
All right, comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I might as well speak to it. I know I already have through our roundtable and stuff, but I thought that administration did a fantastic job giving us options throughout the budget cycle. I thought all of our new councillors looked like old season pros during the discussion and debate, even though at some points some things maybe went over their head. I thought as a team collectively between admin and council, we did a great job. And not only that, a great service to our community, mitigating any high tax increases in adjustment of inflation and still maintaining a very low 1.16, which actually puts it at 0 over 4 years. So congratulations to our staff for a job well done and to our councils of years past and present.
Thanks for that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the team here as well. With inflation, with government cutbacks on the provincial level, there are some gaps coming in. So to keep it at 1.16 is amazing. And again, I always like to think in real dollars. And as we did the math, it is roughly for a typical household in Grande Prairie, about 10 cents per day.
Thanks for that. Councillor Blackmore.
Yes, I think it's important to note that when we went into budget, we were looking at a 1.55% increase, so getting it down to 1.16, not earth-shattering by any means, but certainly helpful to anyone at all who's, well, to all of us who are all living within budgets these days. So it was a good experience, good opportunity, and we look forward to a better, longer budget session this coming fall.
Thanks for that, Councillor Blackmore. I'll just jump in, echoing some of the comments that have already been said. I think it's also important to recognize that while we put this budget at a 1.16, we were also able to add some important amenities to our community. We supported the Grande Prairie Regional Hospital. We supported additional services and infrastructure in our community. So I think it's something to be proud of. I thank administration for the hard work that was done and council for being diligent and keeping to the task as heard by our residents of what's important to them. So thanks to everyone for their work. And I see no further questions, so I'll call a question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Connor and Councillor O'Toole are in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
Councillor Larners is in favor. And that carries unanimously. All right, and I just see one more piece of business there, Councillor Thiessen, if you couldn't mind taking that.
Oh, I don't mind at all, Mayor Clayton. Thank you very much. Might as well, and then I'll take a break until I present my committee meeting. So I'd move that council approve in principle the 2023 to 2026 operating and capital budgets.
Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
And that carries unanimously. So that is all the business arising for Council Committee of the Whole from December 2nd and 3rd. And I'll move on to Standing Committee business. First on our list today is the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting of December 3rd. And I'll look to Committee Chair, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I got punted out of my system, so just give me a second if
no worries.
Can delay so I can get back in. If you want to do another committee report.
Sure, if you just wanted to make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Yes, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the
Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting of December 7th as presented.
As presented,
thank you so much. Comments or questions, any errors that anybody saw? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, if you're not back in yet, I'll come back to you for your meeting highlights, or if are you?
Yeah, I made some notes, so.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. The economic development incentive and grant programs are in full swing, and there are quite a bit of take-up. We've had 3 new businesses opened. There are still concerns about labor shortages and supply chain issues. On energy and environment, unit number 2 went down its EKC and is in the process of being reinstalled this week. And planning and development, they've changed the signage at the hospital and re-signaling the lights at 109th. And I think there's a proposal to take a look at an energy thing at the dam. So we're waiting for a report to come back for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. I just had a question in regards to a highlight from your meeting, and I'll just ask maybe Director Glavin. Director Glavin, could you give me an update? And if I've already asked you this question and it's on the outstanding items list, I apologize, but can you tell me when we might expect to see a review of the development incentive grants and if they're working, how they're working, and when we may expect to see some information on those specific grants?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Trying to think. I don't believe it's on the outstanding items list at present. Typically, we would come back with a review after 12 months. the development incentive grants, I think, have been in place since the summer. If council wanted us to bring something back sooner, we certainly could. If, especially if if you wanted to put a motion forward, we'd certainly bring it back to a IED committee here in the near future.
Perfect. I'm happy to make that motion, or if somebody else had something in mind. Councillor Bressie.
No, Mayor Clayton, I'm happy to make a motion if you'd like one.
Go for it.
Timeline you were hoping for?
The next appropriate standing committee would be great. So in the new year.
Are you just hoping for a verbal update then?
You bet.
Sure. That I would move that we direct administration to bring a verbal update on the DIG programs at the next appropriate standing committee.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on that motion? If I can just say, speaking to that motion, yeah, my expectation, Director Glavin, would just be how many applicants have there been, how many have been successful, very, high level verbal update would be appreciated. Great, I'll call the question on that motion.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Moving on to item 7.3, the Corporate Services Committee held December 7th, and I will look to Councillor Lerners.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. First of all, I will ask a motion to adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting of December 7th.
Thank you. That motion is in order to adopt the minutes as presented. I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
All right, that is carried unanimously. Councillor O'Connor just stepped out of the chambers for a moment. Councillor Lerners, any meeting highlights you wanted to discuss?
Yeah, I guess there was a few things that, excuse me, were brought forward by the directors and by council or committee members. Just a reminder for tax owners, property owners, if they want to sign up for the monthly payments, they should be doing that soon, as you have till January 20th to get that in, or there's a late sign-up fee. And yeah. And also that the citizen portal is in full operation in access.cityofgp.com with changing weather patterns. There's been a 28% increase in volume, so citizens are encouraged to submit their service requests via the portal if they get a chance. So other items that came up, there was a motion to direct administration to start changing bylaw C 1299 to allow for remote attendance for in-camera meetings, and so that'll be coming forward. And also a program that that may apply to some people, and I don't know if everybody knows about it, is for those seniors that are struggling to kind of pay their property taxes and are cash poor. There is a provincial program, the provincial seniors property and tax deferral program. So there's an opportunity there for people to defer their taxes, and the value of those taxes will be added to their mortgage, or not their mortgage, but their property on an interest, and that they will then pay it when they sell the residence and move to other accommodations or pass on, I guess, and unfortunately. But either way, that option is available for those if that makes sense for you. So we directed administration to put a link on that on the website, and I understand that they did, and so that's that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lerners. Moving on to Community Services Committee of December 7th, I will look to Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held December 7th, 2021 as presented.
That motion is in order. Seeing no comments or no one else in the queue, call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, you have some business from your committee meeting.
Yeah, I have one piece of business, and it looks like one piece of business that'll come back to committee before it comes back to council, but I'll move the one piece, and that would be that council approved the deaccessioning the artifacts from the Grande Prairie Museum's collection as listed. Now, inside of your committee packages, a list of the items as it is in the minutes. Just to speak to this, these are old items that the museum no longer has use for. They're either outdated in their usefulness or in their condition. That many of these items that are being de-accessorized are either A, going to other museums, or B, are just in such ruddy condition that we're just disposing of them as best as we can. So I would encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. Comments or questions? I see Councillor Berg.
Yes, I just want to comment. Having sat on previous historical resources committees, there is a difference between old and historic. And I trust the staff down at the museum that these artifacts are just in fact old with no provenance. It makes it hard to identify where they came from or their relevance. So yeah, I'm voting in favor of this.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in support.
And that carries unanimously. Just in regards to item 7.4.2, Councillor Thiessen, I know having discussions with administration, we were looking at potential possible discussion on those items again here today due to the timing of funding of some of our grants. And so I'm going to turn it over to Director Miller for council discussion on possible motions that may arise from today. Oh, and I see Ms. Bieberdorf is on as well.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And you're right, Ms. Bieberdorf is here to speak to it. But part of the rationale as well is that we were hoping to get a motion on these funds for year-end for finance as well to move them into 2022. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll just do a quick overview of the grants that we are looking to reallocate funds for. So all grant applications received would follow existing policy and procedure and be vetted through the Community Advisory Committee before going to committee and council for final approval. Any grants awarded that are $5,000 or more are required to submit a statement of accountability, including financial statements. So the $30,000 that was related to neighborhood associations and the community building opportunities would include residents participating in the design of new banners to be placed along light posts within their neighborhood. And this is based on feedback that a lot of the banners are starting to age, are getting damaged and need replacing. Another consideration was small cash grants for Neighbor Day 2022 and in future years, which was feedback that we heard when surveying the associations in 2020. In addition, we would look at doing an earlier intake for the community improvement grants in the spring. So there would be 2 opportunities in 2022. The $40,000 from large-scale tourism that would be used for a sport hosting grant would support provincial, Western, national, and international sporting events coming to the city that don't quite qualify for large-scale tourism funding. Grants would be a maximum of $5,000 per event, and the criteria includes the event venue and accommodations being located in the city, and the host organization should be involved in the community year-round. No single sport would receive more than 20% of the annual budget, which is in alignment with existing pursuit of excellence procedures. Funding could be used for operating expenses such as facility rentals, marketing, and the cost for officials. Evaluation of each application would be based on the value of the event, economic, social, and health benefit to the community, as well as the ability to attract visitors. And just a couple of events we already have heard about just in the last week for 2022 include a national men's basketball event, as well as the U17 soccer provincial. So those are a couple of examples of events that could apply. And for arts development funding, which was the $40,000, past recipients of the grant in the festival category include Alberta Culture Days, Diwali, the Troyanda Festival, Maple Sugar Festival, Grande Prairie District Music Festival, and the Street Performers. So the current budget for this stream of funding is $90,000. with a maximum of $14,000 per grant. And in the major projects area, some of our previous recipients include the Grande Prairie Opera, creation, display, and selling of photographic art at the Center for Creative Arts, and the Academy School Ballet Project in partnership with the Edmonton Ballet. This current stream of funding is a maximum of $3,000 per year, and we would look to double that for 2022. Another example of this would be the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie recently provided an update at committee on the Talking Path exhibition. So this was funded through corporate sponsorship in 2021, but would have also qualified for the major projects funding stream. And any unused funding for arts development is transferred to the Public Art Reserve annually. And that is all.
Great. Thanks for that, Ms. Bieberdorf. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Thiessen.
No questions. I think I crafted a motion out of all that information that we might be able to work with.
Okay. Can I just go to questions first? Thanks. Councillor Blackmore.
I just wanted to check, Katie, because I think I might have missed this, but we're transferring this into the 2022 budget because it was unspent because of COVID, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that is so.
Okay. And so just to sort of at a high level reiterate what Ms. Bieberdorf was saying, if we don't reallocate this right now, it will go to general revenue. This is an opportunity for us to enhance some tourism, to support events that may take place in our community with funds that have already been allocated and haven't been spent. And the reason of bringing this back tonight, rather than for additional information, was because of the impending year end. So, yeah, I just wanted to speak to one thing, Ms. Bieberdorf. Just so I'm clear, with this, this allocation to these grants is for 2022 only, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much. It also might be interesting to note that of the monies that would go into general revenue, about 40,000 of it would just go into our public art reserve, as Ms. Bieberdorf said, if we didn't choose to allocate the arts development funding. With that being said, I would move that Council carry forward grant funds of $40,000 in the large-scale tourism events funding to be used for a new sports hosting grant in 2022-2023. $40,000 in arts development funding to be used for festival funding in 2022, and $30,000 in neighborhood association funding to be used for community building opportunities in 2022. I'd speak to the motion, but I think Katie did a great job of explaining exactly where the monies would be going and all that, so I would just encourage my colleagues to support this motion.
Great. Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm glad we got the update before voting on this. I think this is good to make sure we're doing community building. It's appropriately timed. I actually just got a phone call 3 days ago from a neighborhood association whose banner, the textiles on it, just weren't lasting after it's 5 or 6 years old, and they need new ones. And so it's well timed, and I just think it's really, I think this shows that our city staff really are in tune with what's going on in these neighborhood associations and what's going on with the community. I appreciate them looking for creative ways to support the great volunteers in our community that are doing great work.
Great. Thanks for those comments, Councillor Bressie. Seeing no further questions, I will call the question. Please vote.
Councillor O'Toole in support.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, was it your meeting? Councillor Thiessen, do you have any meeting highlights?
Yeah, a couple. Some good news stuff. I'll just fire them off here right away. The Eastlink Centre 2 weeks ago launched their 10-year anniversary celebration with a media release, 10 days ago, highlighting a year of celebrations and also launching our Christmas stocking stuffer campaign that started this past December 10th of 2021. Also, encourage people to head on down to Muskosipi Park for, of course, I know it seems like a long time away, but it'll come faster than you think, but for the festivities for New Year's Eve and the celebration with dual fireworks. And also during that time on the interim, we're also created several holiday-themed programs for parents who want to engage their kids, including Santa's Little Bakers and a holiday camp I'm sure Councillor O'Connor would find really awesome. I might even join him with it. And administration has having an accessible transit customer appreciation event, which I think is pretty awesome, offering the free service for the accessible transit clients to view the Northern Spirit Light Show on December 10th to 12th, which of course was this past weekend, but also on December 17th, 19th, and the 22nd to 24th. And clients can book in advance by calling the dispatch office or through the drivers. And for all you college students out there, the heated bus shelters are being installed as well at the Grande Prairie Regional College. Finally, I think we should do a little bit of celebration with our staff, because when one of us succeeds, we all succeed. So we are pleased to share that Lana Sieben, our CKC certified fitness specialist, has now become a certified high performance specialist in the city of Grande Prairie, and it is the first of its kind in our country. So congratulations, Ms. Sieben, for professionally developing yourself to a point where you are a unique individual, and this designation will now allow CKC to offer maximal testing and occupational testing to Northern Alberta, BC, and the territories. And Lana can also now facilitate RCMP physical testing that in the past we have had to contract out to other instructors. So congratulations, Ms. Sieben, and that is my community update. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Moving on to item 7.5, the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held December 7th. And I will look to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move that that we adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held December 7th, 2021.
Thanks for that motion. I'll call the question.
Of course, I'm in favor.
And that's carried unanimously. You have a little bit of business there, Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I've got Director Services Area Report. Ms. Helen Napier filled in for the Protective Services Director.
Sorry, just before you get to your meeting highlights, Councillor O'Toole, I understand there's a community safety initiative there with some business arising, and I'm thinking that Director Manuel was going to introduce it.
Okay.
So certainly I can do that. So before you today is a recommendation that Council proceed with a pilot project for a public security unit. This forms one of the final pieces, or the final piece at this point, of a system of care that we're trying to create amongst protective and social services to address issues facing the community, primarily related to homelessness, social disorder, crime prevention. And we see this as a pretty critical component to support the other initiatives we have underway. As you heard from the delegation earlier today, that's one of many voices I've heard with similar concerns, looking for some action on our part. And I think this project will offer up some relief in that regard and help us assess whether it's an appropriate level of resourcing or whether it's something that we need to expand on or pivot from in the future. And frankly, TriNet's going to be our only opportunity to assess that. It does place highly visible and consistent patrols and proactive enforcement in place under our direct control, which is something we presently do not have on a 24/7 basis. And this pilot project will offer that. So I think it's a great complement to the success that we've seen with the MOP teams, but the MOP teams by themselves are not going to be sufficient to address the complexity of the issues that we have. We also understand that this itself will not solve the complexity of the issues, but this forms part of a large system of care which we've been building over the last couple of years, and that over the course of the next 12 months, we should see come to full fruition with the execution of all the various projects we have underway. So really excited by this one. I think it's something we've needed for some time.
Thanks for that introduction, Director Manuel. I will go to, I guess, questions for administration right now, and then I'll let Councillor O'Toole put his motion on the floor for discussion and debate. Councillor Blackmore, question for administration.
Yes, thank you. Director Manuel, You did kind of answer the question I had, which was how will this address the issues that were raised by our delegation tonight? The second part of my answer is, the second part of my question is, as this is a pilot project, do you have an end date in mind before you analyze it and move forward with a permanent solution of this or other?
Yes, so through the mayor, in response to the question, I guess the first part of the question, which you said was partly answered, is a big part of this is the expansion of the hours, so it's that 24/7 piece, but it's also dedicating resources for consistency and approach. A small number of people on a constant basis is going to provide more consistency to the clients in the community than us asking 60 police officers and 30 enforcement officers to provide that consistency. So that's one of the benefits. In regard to the evaluation, my hope is to, not hope, it's the plan to evaluate this project heavily in Q3. That way we are prepared come fall budget deliberations. If there is, at that point, an opportunity, we'll understand what impact this has had on the existing RCMP, MOP, and enforcement services, calls for service, whether there's potential reallocation that exists in any of those areas if there's demand in this area. Maybe this project is undersubscribed and we shift away, or maybe it's something that we see as a valuable addition similar to what we did with MOP, and we can have further discussion come budget time if have an informed opinion on that.
And if I could just follow up with one more question.
Yep.
Do you have a plan to reach out to those businesses and people in the community who are struggling with an excessive number of issues?
Yes, through the mayor. So certainly right now we have a very strong understanding of some particular problem areas for us where we're looking. As was indicated by the delegation, it's actually a fairly small number of individuals that we believe are causing the vast majority of challenges for us. And we're looking to have a real focused approach to that. One of the things that was mentioned is in regard to the panhandling and some of the stuff that occurs. Oftentimes it appears as though it's homeless people, but quite often they're actually not. And that will be one of the things that we'll be looking to address as well, just to provide better data for ourselves and for council and the community as a whole to understand the situation in front of us and what's being done to support and help those people and create some better expectation.
Thanks for that. Councillor Lerners.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So obviously this is a pilot project, so you're going to come back to us in 6 months, I presume, in that neighborhood, and tell us if it was a success. What does success look like? How do we know if we're there, and how are you going to measure what that success is?
Director Manuel?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, through the mayor, for the question. So we have determined already some matrix questions. So one of them will be a community survey we plan to launch to particularly in the areas of concentration that we're going to focus on to assess a baseline. So where we're at today versus where we are at different intervals going through next year. Additionally, we will be continually evaluating. We know what our historical call for service has been for these particular issues and what our response times and resource allocations have been, as well as what the recidivism and those sorts of things are. So we'll be looking to benchmark against those historical trends versus where we are later this year.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Director Manuel, so just to clarify, these officers will be under the control of bylaw versus RCMP. And kind of the second part of that is how many boots on the ground or on patrol will this add to what we've currently got?
Certainly. So through the mayor, so the department will be housed within enforcement services and supervised and managed by that department. Now, enforcement services and the RCMP maintain a close working relationship, as does the MOP team. The intent is actually to align these officers to the RCMP shift, so that the RCMP work on a 4-watch system. So you have the same group of officers working their block of shifts together. We want to align. There'll ultimately be 10 of these officers to provide us that 24/7 coverage. It more or less gives us, when you include holiday coverage and stuff like that, it gives us about 2 people per shift on a 24-hour basis. And they will be aligned with the RCMP and intended to have a very close working relationship. And we fully expect, similar to MOP, that they'll be embraced as being able to take some burden off the RCMP while at the same time be supported by them when that's really necessary.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, your mayor. Director Manuel, is there any particular area that you're focusing your energies on, or is it a citywide initiative?
Director Manuel.
So I would say that the initial focus would primarily be based around the core, with additional supports to areas such as council and community priority, adjacent to some of supportive housing, such as the Stonebridge project, or the Coordinated Care Campus now, as we're calling it. So this is an excellent opportunity to establish some of those norms and those in the vicinity of any projects like that. But understanding that community issues and displacement do occur, and they move throughout the community, and they're not concentrated necessarily in the core or anywhere else. So these resources will be nimble and able to respond to other areas of the community that are deemed a priority.
That is very good news, Director Manuel. I'm feeling for our residents who are feeling the pain. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I definitely appreciate us expanding the type of resources we have and realizing we don't need a fully trained, fully armed RCMP member responding to every call. At the same time, as we get different resources, I do want to make sure that all the people we employ in sending situations are safe. So what kind of training are we going to be make sure that these security personnel have to make sure that they're safe as they do this job?
Director Manuel.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the unit will initially be a combination of existing peace officers and contractual security officers. Now, both of those are governed by provincial legislation that requires minimum training standards. Some of the key elements to that are use of force techniques. The peace officers, for instance, are equipped with batons, pepper spray, handcuffs, soft body armor, and some other tools. And there's some similar equipment available for the security counterparts that be participating. Now, obviously, use of force is always it's more of a self-defense mechanism and something we want to use as a last resort. So training particular to conflict resolution, understanding opioid response, different psychological factors, mental health, are all kind of critical elements that are involved in the training and will be certainly provided to the members of this team, as well as this particular group is going to get a real focus on our systems navigation and understanding what services exist for the client groups that they're working with, as well as likely some robust training in regard to crime prevention techniques such as CEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, so they can coach and assist residents and business owners around their own security strategies and mitigation.
Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
And then would I be safe in assuming that these security officer positions we're asking, we wouldn't be asking them to go out of scope compared to what a security person for a private company might do? So there's and really what I'm asking is there an expectation that they're interfacing closely with the RCMP when use of force, something like that is needed, and they're calling in the people with more training, more equipment, more experience? Or would they be asked to do things that traditionally are by law or being called by those security officers to do these days?
Director Manuel?
Yeah, so through the mayor. So the way the system is actually modeled is after probably three more familiar programs for you if you've traveled some of the larger centers. So one would be transit peace officers in the cities of Edmonton or Calgary, who have a really robust and dynamic security environment they're working in. And the other, I guess I'll say two. The other one would be Alberta Health Services and the hospital security staff. So they work a complement of peace officers and security in conjunction with one another. The way our model is envisioned is to have them partnered. So just given the nature of the work they're going to be dealing with, we're going to send two out. It's not going to be one person dealing with the call. That being said, they are going to be more dynamic than a conventional security officer. I would say conventional security, a contracted company in town, outside of perhaps the mall. The vast majority of them are purely an observe, report. You see something, you call the police. We have, though these folks will have more responsibility in their response. However, if something looks as though it's outside of their capabilities, it's more dangerous. That's where that relationship, being on shift with the police, will be really pertinent in making sure that they're not in a situation that involving weapons and those sorts of things that they shouldn't be in.
Councillor Bressy, go ahead.
And just to be really blunt with one situation I envision is, so there's somebody hanging out on land where they shouldn't be, and I really get the value of having these people being the person to go and ask to move along, but eventually that person won't move along. Would the expectation be these people are physically moving that person along, or they'd call the RCMP?
Dr. Manuel?
So with the peace officer present, they would effect that arrest themselves as they do today, just in different frequencies. But that is an authority that exists and a duty that is already handled by enforcement services presently. However, if that person was brandishing a knife or particularly combative, they would call in for the support.
Right. And so if there was just one of the security officers there, and I understand that you need to figure out operational things, but the intention is it's the fully trained peace officers are the people that are actually touching people and using that use of force if needed. We're not asking these security people to do that.
Dr. Manuel?
Correct. Very similar to our approach with the MOP team. The benefit is we have the peace officers that are assigned to this particular unit, but we have all the additional peace officers that rest within enforcement services that routinely and regularly back one each other up when necessary. And as you had mentioned, if we run into a staffing scenario where maybe we only have one officer and it's a security officer, that's the benefit of being tightly aligned with the MOP teams, because that's probably what we would do is partner them up with MOP.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Are these officers, and most officers, as well as I'm aware, is they're not treating or trained to treat homeless people with sensitivity. And so is there any coordination with psychologists or people that can help these people rather than get to an aggressive nature?
Director Manuel?
Through the mayor. So our intent is always going to be de-escalation and trying to achieve compliance with the least amount of intervention necessary. One of the real opportunities that exist here is just the small number of officers working with a regular client group is going to allow them to be very familiar with the individuals that they're regularly interacting with, as well as they're going to be a key member of the MOP teams, the shelter teams, the housing teams. So they're going to have a level of understanding that many others just don't have, because the frequency they're going to deal with folks, and they're specifically going to be assigned to these roles knowing what they're doing. These folks aren't signing up to write parking tickets. They'll be specifically selected for the work that they're going to be performing.
Thank you very much.
That I just had a question, Director Manuel. I know it's a little bit in the weeds, but I'm curious, just for the public's information, and maybe you already said this, how does the execution of them work? I understand how MOP works and obviously different shift changes, but who decides where they're scheduled, when they're implemented? Do they partner up with MOP? Do they partner up with police? Like, how is it supporting the existing programs?
So that's largely going to be directed by me.
Okay.
Ultimately, what will happen is we'll be going through the process of recruiting a new enforcement services manager to replace Kelly Kokash, who's moved on. And there'll be a strong line of communication that occurs regularly between myself and that manager who have oversight of the program. One of the key things that I particularly like about this proposal is that I do have that ability to have direct involvement as far as ensuring that integration between those different systems, such as MOP, occur in the way that it's the way we believe, or I believe, our team believes it should occur, and making them accountable for that.
Great. And so with that, you mentioned where this resource is going to come from. Is there capacity in the existing resources to supplement and support the community needs?
Yeah, so through the mayor, in the report it references that 4 positions are coming from existing enforcement services officers. So one of the things we're doing in enforcement services is with the change that we've had in management there, we've had discussions, and we're moving away from a model where right now almost all the officers provide a general duty. Almost any officer can be assigned any sort of function that that unit performs. We're breaking it down to more specialized units in that we'll have these 4 positions reallocated to the public security role. Now, taking calls related to social disorder, trespass, homelessness is something they're already doing. So instead of having 21 officers do that, we're going to focus it down to the smaller number who are just going to do it more frequently, but also understand who everybody is and what approaches they've used for that consistency. An additional group of officers will be allocated to dedicated traffic enforcement, and the remainder will do what remains for animal control by law enforcement. We believe, and we will continue to assess through the pilot project, do we have the right allocation? Do we need to move more officers to animal control and more to traffic? That will be something we'll be fluid with. However, we believe that even with these 4 plus the additions, we may actually see expanded capacity with enforcement services. And that's my point to Councillor Blackmore earlier, which is when we get to the fall, we might be in a position to say, you know what, maybe we could move 6 instead of 4 because we had that extra capacity gained.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Connor Councillor O'Toole, Business Arising.
Yes, it's been a long time since we talked. I move that council allocate $500,000 from the future expenditures reserve to additionally fund the public security pilot project for a period of 12 months. And I want to thank Director Manuel for answering those questions and giving us a little in-depth report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I really didn't have any questions. I thank Council for all your questions and Director Manuel for coming prepared to answer them all. I'm really excited about this new opportunity for our downtown association and for other problem areas in and around the community, especially when dealing with the hard to house, homeless, or perhaps just people who are wandering through the city. I think our mobile outreach program was a huge success, and this is going to butterfly nicely up against it. So I think we heard a delegation today, and I've heard from other downtown business owners that we could still do more. That MOP is great, and we can still do more. I'd like to just send out my utmost admiration for our Protective and Social Services Director and his team for going out of their way to try to find solutions that help our entire community through this program and other programs that they've instituted. So I'm in pure support of this, and hopefully we'll see some positive outcomes by the end of next year.
Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this. I think it is a responsible use of resources to address top priority in the community. At the same time, this is about $1 million hit, and MOP is about $1 million hit. That's $2 million we're spending responding to calls like this, and we should be spending that money. but at the same time, we shouldn't have to spend that money. And I think this really does highlight why it's important for us to be working on affordable housing, why it's important for us to be making sure the coordinated care campus works, why it's important for us to be advocating for actual realistic provincial treatment of mental health and addictions issues, why it's important for us to be advocating for a justice system that just doesn't disgorge people who aren't ready to live responsibly on the streets of our community, because this is $2 million that is the right way to spend this $2 million, but it's $2 million we shouldn't have to spend. And so support this program, but really hope that we manage to work it out of a job in the next few years.
Thanks for your comments. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question.
Councillor O'Toole in support.
Councillor O'Toole in support.
Councillor Bressy in support.
There we go. That's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Toole, any other highlights from your meeting?
Yeah, I've got a few here. I just want to thank Helen Napier for filling in for Director Chris Manuel while he was out of town. A couple items here. Community Social Development nominations for the 6th Annual Passionate Heart Award event are open. The Passionate Heart is given to honor excellence in the social service sector. Nominations close in January the 28th, and this event will be a virtual event held on February 14th. Enforcement Services Department, snow and ice covered walkways significantly reduce the mobility and create potential dangers and dangerous situations for pedestrians. Administration reminds property owners and occupants that snow and ice on sidewalks adjacent to their homes and buildings should be removed within 24 hours. The Fire Department, we've got administration is running the 1021 Fire Officer course. After postponements due to pandemic, the course is taught in-house by instructors from the department and other city departments such as HR, communications, finance, health and safety to comply with the next generation of 911, the phone system, and to comply with the next generation 911, the phone system will be upgraded. Delivery of the new equipment will occur the second week of December. Installation will take place in early January of 22. RCMP, there will be an impaired driving initiative. That means that we're not encouraging you to drive drunk, but the RCMP will be out in full force as well as other enforcement agencies to stop impaired driving. And that will happen throughout the month of December. The Grande Prairie Community Engagement and Diversity Unit participates in the 2021 Grande Prairie Regional Hospital Foundation Festival of Trees by entering a gingerbread house in the mini tree creation. On November 27th, 2021, the Grande Prairie RCMP participated in a food drive at the Real Canadian Superstore and collected non-perishable food items which were donated to the Salvation Army. The officers managed to fill 3 police cruisers with food, toys, and other goods and received $600 in cash donations. The mobile outreach program, which was mentioned in Mr. Manuel's statements earlier, is no longer involved in facility and hotel isolation intakes. This will be transitioned over to the Northreach Society. When we talk about the Community Social Development Q3 report, Community Social Development Manager presented the highlights that included coordinated care campus opening, seniors outreach, youth advisory council, and cities equity, diversity, and inclusion training. Enforcement Services, Mr. Gear, Acting Enforcement Services Manager, presented committee with the updates as well, and they included preparations for the Administrative Penalty Information System, the Enforcement Services Bike Unit, and the Positive Ticket Program and School Zone operations. Fire Department, Chief Boysen, presented the committee. Highlights include the fire service review and live fire training. GPREP, Jennifer Wood, her highlights included the Mobile Emergency Coordination Center and the new Emergency Social Services Plan. The MOP program, Ms. Frizzell, program manager, presented committee with highlights, engagement in downtown patrols, COVID-19 response, and process development. And finally, we've got Mr. Sean Curry, the superintendent of the RCMP in town, updated current objectives, including crime reduction, communications, and visibility. And with that, Mayor Clayton, my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Toole. Just moving on, there are quite a few items of business left in this afternoon portion. Next, we have correspondence and delegation business. At 6 p.m., we had a public hearing scheduled, as well as a delegation that let us know they would be here. For the delegations that were here for the 3 p.m. meeting, we're actually going to move you to the delegation. We'll do you first under delegation business under item number 15, but that won't probably be, just so you know, council does take an hour break right now. We will be back at 6:15 to start with our public hearing as scheduled. We will move correspondence and we will move the evening delegation until after our public hearing, but as it's an advertised public hearing, we're going to do it first. So we are going to recess right now for an hour. We're going to, and we'll be first back with our public hearing, followed by evening delegation, and then we'll do all delegation business, and then we'll move correspondence right in front of reports. And I'll just check with the legislative clerk that that's appropriate. All right. So, council, we'll take a break till 6:15. Delegations, if you're online watching, we will be back at 6:15. And then we have a public hearing that shouldn't be too long, and then we'll be right into delegation business. So I thank you for your patience. For those of you who are waiting, December 13th. We're heading into our evening portion. Thank you for your patience. First up on the agenda, we're going to move straight into a public hearing. I just need to find it. Give me 1 second. Here we go. So I'm going to call, this is public hearing regarding a land use bylaw amendment in our rural service area. I'm going to call the public hearing to order and have a look to an introduction from administration. I will ask Mr. DeRoche. Good evening and welcome.
Right, thank you, Mayor Clayton. We will be going over land use bylaw amendment C-1260- 98, provisions for the rural service area. Just going to verify that there we go. Sorry about that. I was just getting my PowerPoint presentation to the screen share here. So the rural service area is the area in green on the map here, and it is the area of land annexed from the county of Grande Prairie in 2016, so it's a significant landmass, almost a little over 15,000 acres, containing predominantly agricultural development with a number of rural uses. So the land use bylaw is a regulation that covers development in these areas. So things such as what types of uses can go where and the standards for these actual site developments. And so based on the terms of the annexation, the areas within the rural service area are regulated by the county's land use bylaw as it was on January 1st, 2016, the date that the annexation took place. And so this creates a few challenges for both the city administering the bylaws as well as landowners looking to develop on their property or understand what development rights they have. So the first challenge is just that there's two sets of bylaws. So development officers need to be familiar with both bylaws, knowing when they apply to where, and to be able to answer questions about them when landowners make inquiries. This can be confusing for landowners because they may not know which one to refer to. They would often assume that they need to refer to a city bylaw when they live within the city. And so covering these areas under a single bylaw will clear up those challenges. The other thing is there's two separate sets of procedures for when the development authority is considering a permit. And so the procedures are very similar between the two different bylaws, but the county does have some items that the city just can't follow to the exact specification. So for example, the county has a municipal planning commission, the city doesn't, so we can't refer any applications to it. In those cases, we would just refer it to the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee, but it would be nice to have a clear set of procedures for both the development authority as well as for applicants. And the next issue is just that the county's bylaw is not something that we're able to update or make any changes to. And so that includes making corrections if there's any mistakes that we find, but also updating it to new standards or new uses that may come up. So one thing that's happened over the past few years is the Modernized Municipal Government Act. So major changes to the provincial regulation that gives us the authority to control development. And that includes things like changing requirements for advertising and also timelines for notifications and receiving comments. And so the city's bylaw has been updated to reflect these changes, things like taking out a requirement for advertising in a newspaper since we don't have a local newspaper anymore. So things like that where those standards that don't quite follow the MGA or the current reality in the city are still in the county's bylaw from 2016. And then the last part is since we can't change that bylaw, we're not able to rezone properties to consider new development in the rural service area in some instances. And so in a case where a proposed development wants to do rural type development, like they are allowed to under the county's land use bylaw, they would be required to apply for a direct control district in the city's process, which is more costly and takes longer and has less certainty. So by adding provisions to the city's bylaw, we create greater certainty about kind of what you can and can't do and where that could apply and your possibilities for rezonings. And so this process is intended to clear up all those issues. And so we're doing this in two phases. The first phase, which is what we're considering tonight, is standards for the rural service area within the city's bylaw. So that's just creating a regulatory environment within the city's LUB to be able to manage these areas. The second phase of this would be rezoning the properties to those new districts or equivalent districts in the city's land use bylaw so that these standards apply to them. And so tonight we're just considering creating the actual standards. They won't be applied to anywhere until rezoning actually takes effect. So the bylaw changes, there's 4 items. There's the overlay, there's some new uses, there's 4 new districts, and there's some general provision related to servicing. So the rural service overlay covers the whole rural service area. So the area in pink on the purple on the bylaw map here. And so what it does is it limits the new districts that are being created to the rural service area, so that we're only allowing for rural forms of development within these areas and not within the rest of the city. And then we're adding provisions that are unique to rural development that you wouldn't see in the city's regular bylaw, but we need for these areas. So an example of that is creating minimum setbacks for a dugout. Now we have new uses, and so between the city and the county's bylaw, we have a lot of uses that are either nearly identical or similar enough, but there are a number of cases where the city doesn't quite have a use that accurately covers something that the county's bylaw does, and that would potentially be allowed in a rural service area. And so we need to create a number of new uses that are defined in the city's bylaw so that we can manage them. And in some cases, we're just making some changes to existing definitions in the city's bylaw to more broadly cover these other rural uses as well. And so an example of this is a grain elevator. So in the city, we wouldn't expect to see an application for a grain elevator, so we don't really have a definition of it in the city's land use bylaw. In the county, they do, and with the rural service area, we could potentially see an application for a grain elevator. So we want to have it defined in the bylaw to be able to accommodate something like that. And so there's a number of these uses. So we're proposing 4 new districts, and the way we came to 4 districts is reviewing what the zoning was in the rural service area, comparing them to existing city districts and identifying the gaps, and then also looking at more specifically what's going on in these areas to see if some of these things could be simplified, such as the country residential districts. And so that's how we arrived at 4 new districts. So we have the agricultural district, which will cover the largest part of the rural service area. It mirrors the county's commercial agricultural district to allow for that form of development to continue operating. We likely won't see anyone rezoning to it, but we want to be able to accommodate people's long-term uses that they're already doing. The other thing is creating commercial recreation zoning. So an example of that is just we now have several RV parks in the annexation area, and the city's bylaw doesn't have a district that very specifically covers what we would see in there. So things like that, or like Evergreen, where there's a variety of camping and outdoor recreational uses and different uses in a given site. The commercial recreation district is equivalent to the county's intensive recreation district and accommodates those forms of development. And then country residential. So the forms of residential development you see throughout the rural service area, larger lots, on-site servicing. Some have agriculture operations or animals. So this will accommodate ongoing operations of those forms of development, as well as potentially accommodating new development of that nature. And then lastly, highway industrial. It's very similar to the city's commercial arterial district, only it has more opportunities for industrial type development. And so we've created that equivalent to be able to bridge that gap between the county and the city's land use bylaw. And so with these in the existing cities districts, we should be able to cover all the development in the rural service area. And the next part is just a general statement about servicing. And so it's similar to the statement in the county's land use bylaw. And so at the moment, the default position is generally that any development is required to connect to servicing, such as Aquaterra water line. Now, in the rural service area, this isn't necessarily a practicality in all cases. And so what the statement does is clarifies that servicing, an applicant needs to be able to show that they can provide servicing to the development authority's satisfaction. And so this means that we would consider alternative forms of servicing, such as on-site services. And so that just clears up that question within the city's land use bylaw, although we typically would still consider on-site servicing without this statement. This just makes it more clear. And then how we got to this public hearing, we did a range of different aspects of stakeholder engagement. So when we launched the project, we created an engagement webpage where residents could get more information about the project. We held information sessions last spring where residents could see a presentation about the project and ask questions and provide comments. And notification was sent out to landowners and industry stakeholder groups such as Bill GP. And so this is notifications about the proposed bylaw and the information session, as well as about this public hearing. And so the feedback that we did get was mainly requests for clarification. And so the two things that we heard were requesting clarification on whether or not landowners could continue whatever they're currently doing, and that's the case. We want landowners to be able to continue the operations. We're not aiming to make any changes or additional restrictions on what they're doing or able to do. Their development rights should stay the same, and they should be able to continue doing whatever they have been doing. And then a question of whether or not this will impact industrial development near country residential. And this won't actually change where industrial development is allowed, but it will allow for rezonings to the highway industrial district or other forms of rural industrial in our city's bylaw. But the designation of where industrial development is going to occur happens at the MDP level or at the area structure plan. And so the bylaw follows these. So these changes won't change where industrial development is allowed to occur or is planned to occur. Alternatives to these changes, if council does not want to move forward with this process, they can defeat the proposed bylaw and continue to regulate this area under the historical county land use bylaw. So the next steps is if this set of regulations is approved, there will be additional landowner consultation based on the proposed rezoning, working more closely with landowners to make sure that the proposed district meets their needs. And then it would go on to the rezoning. And if a rezoning is approved, that's when these standards will actually take effect on that land. So quick overview, the intent is to put all of the regulations for development within the city and its rural service area under a single bylaw to have a simplified framework for managing development. It will not change the landowner's development rights in terms of continuing what they're doing or what they're able to do on their land now. It will not impact mill rate. That's a question we also received. People want to know about the terms of the annexation agreement and how this affects it. It will not change the landowner's mill rate. And then there will be continued notification engagement with landowners as the process moves forward. So administration's recommendation is that council give all three readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. DeRoche. I'm going to give an opportunity for council for questions for administration. I will look in the QAC. Councillor Lerners.
Thank you, Reid, for that informative update. I can see why you would need this. So I guess when you're doing planning, there's the text, and then the more, I'd say the tactile part, or in this case, the textile part of the changes would be that there are some subtleties of how they implement their subdivision and planning process, and I'm not sure how that gets incorporated in that. I'll give you some examples. If you take out a first parcel in the county, you don't have to give up you don't have to establish any MR. So I guess one of your comments was that in the overview, we will not change development rights. I'm just not saying that that's right or wrong, but I'm just not sure what kind of commitments we made. So that would be one example. Another one would be if you do up to 5 lots, you don't need to do all the soil testing and sewage testing and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, they're also, which is a fairly big deal, is they're not obligated to prove that they can convert that subdivision into smaller lot sizing as they get bigger, because that that makes it quite confusing. How do you plan on dealing with those issues in terms of procedurally and operationally ensuring that they get the same development rights that they had before?
Thank you. So through the chair, there's a few different items to that. So the things that you're talking about right now fall more under subdivision and what's required for subdivision. And so some of that is covered sort of under the MDP in terms of what you can do for first parcel out. What we require in terms of soil testing or those types of things, or being able to subdivide later on to an urban standard, are more through the subdivision process. They're not impacted by this, but also that would only be triggered by new development. And so the development right changes that you're talking about are things that have already occurred. It's not through this actual regulation and not through these changes. And so administration in handling these forms of applications in the rural service area and the items that you've discussed use their kind of variance ability and their discretion to try and make things as smooth for landowners as possible. I can't speak to exactly what has occurred, meaning because it's not within the land use bylaw. It's kind of a separate thing. And the only thing I can say is that if they do want to go into subdivision and create new lots or that type of thing or get their first parcel out, this will make it easier for them because it will create rural districts and rural uses to accommodate that type of development within the city's land use bylaw. So it creates the possibility to be able to rezone a parcel to that, whereas right now you can't. You would have to go through direct control.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess the test will happen when all of a sudden they start to subdivide, and because we're doing this for a reason, ultimately to subdivide. So we're trying to. I don't know what our obligations as per the annexation, if we're obligated to kind of give them the same development rights that they had before. But this is a big step, so I guess that will show when we come out. One question I have is, and I guess again it's more to the subdivision stage, which we'll shake down later, like I said. But what are our obligations in terms of transportation levies? I know the county has a levy system that's based on the needs of upgrading rural roads, and the city has a transportation levy that's based on a different calculation. If I subdivide out in the county with these new rules, will I be paying county rates or will I be paying city rates?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, through the chair. So this won't impact what transportation levies apply to you. I can't answer specifically how transportation levies are applied within the rural service area. That would be a question for our engineering department.
Okay. So yeah, okay. So it'll shake down later, but I'm sure it'll be something to think about anyway. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Lerners. Councillor Blackmore.
Hi, Mr. DeRoche. I have a couple questions more to do with how this took place. So it's not the first time that we've annexed agricultural lands. So what have we done in the past? I acknowledge that the annexations in the past of agricultural lands were significantly smaller, but I'm wondering, how did we manage this in the past? I'll let you answer that first, and then I'll ask my second question.
Mr. DeRoche?
So the records for those previous ones are quite old, so I can only sort of speculate, and there's two components to this. A lot of the land that is determined through the intermunicipal development plan for future annexation is maintained as urban reserve in the county, and so it likely would have been urban reserve at the time of annexation, which is a district that we have. And then there's also incorporating these lands specifically into the city's land use bylaw may have occurred when a new bylaw was adopted and all lands are just rezoned, covering the entire map of the city. But I can't speak to more detailed aspects of that process.
Okay. The reason that question came up is because the 2016 annexation is almost 6 years ago, and I'm kind of surprised that you've not made these changes to the land use bylaw sooner. So I was kind of wondering why there was that delay, or if we've never used rural service area regulations before, because I think we have.
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you. Through the chair. So in previous annexations, the area of land was significantly smaller. There were much fewer landowners, and so it may have just been a much simpler process to bring it into the city's land use bylaw. In this case, the reason it's taken 5 years is it wasn't really identified as a priority because development is quite slow in these areas so far. And so based on existing zoning, it can be accommodated in the county's land use bylaw. It has been a project that we've been working on for several years because it is a very complex process. So for instance, one of the first obstacles I encountered when initiating this process was that with our procedures, we would have been required to post a sign on every single rural property every 240 meters. So it would have cost us something like, I think, $60,000 in signs to go through the process under that procedure. So I had to do some bylaw amendments to cover this scenario, and then just going over and creating these bylaws and reviewing every single property and going through every single standard is quite a lengthy process, and going through kind of reviews within the department. So it's just a very long, complex process, and we didn't want to rush it because we want to make things as smooth as possible for rural residents.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you. I'll be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, so I have two questions, and I'll ask them one after, or I'll ask one and then get you to answer, and then likewise. So, with handicraft business, it means the production and selling of handicrafts on a commercial basis. Most people that are doing handicrafts are doing it just for an added little bit of extra income, making slippers, these beautiful little pins that we've got, stuff like that. In the eyes of the federal government, it's not a business until you've sold $10,000 or consistently selling $10,000 in a year. So for the grandma and the aunties out there making these different little projects at home, I feel it's excessive that they have to, go through a land use or change in order to make those crafts. So am I reading that right, or can you elaborate on that?
Mr. DeRoche.
Thank you. Through the chair. So this is not something I'm creating. It's not something I'm specifically proposing. It's something that already exists in the county's bylaw. And so we're making it same for same. And so we're having that use defined. I don't really expect us to be processing applications for, say, someone knitting mittens in their spare bedroom. But if someone has an operation where it gets to the point where, say, a neighbor complains, and then there's a trigger for some form of enforcement, then that allows us to grant a permit for someone if it's suitable for the location. And so while it's not something I expect to necessarily see a lot of us going out and trying to regulate, it does give the opportunity for someone to get an approval to make sure that whatever they are doing, they are allowed to do in their home.
Yeah, that is one area that's just a little too loose for me. The next one is on page 2, Appendix A, where standards related to home businesses under Section 49. All home businesses shall comply with the following standards. The business must be secondary to the residential use of the dwelling. So if again, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm reading this correctly, what I'm seeing is that, if somebody's selling dresses or purses or candles, they need to have a separate building in their home or outside of their home in order to run that business?
To the chair, no, that's not really what that means. It means it needs to be secondary. So the primary use of the building, what you're using most of the space for, should be a residence. It basically means that the building itself should be primarily a residence, and that the actual business use should be secondary to it.
Oh, okay. So it's not a secondary residence, but a secondary program to the residence. Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions at this time. So I'm going to thank you for your information, Mr. DeRoche, and your introduction. I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this submission. If you please turn on your camera and introduce yourself. I will ask another time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this bylaw amendment. And a third time, is there anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment C-1260-98, the Rural Service Area Regulation? Seeing no one, I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. Anyone here to speak in opposition, please turn your camera on. And I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and look to business. Oh, sorry. I've got a couple in the queue. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. I actually had a question that came up from the last line of questioning. I think our procedure by law lets me ask after public comment. Am I allowed to ask a question still?
You're this close.
Sorry, Councillor Berg asked about home businesses, got me poking around a place where I hadn't poked around before. I'm just curious, can you tell me why in this district we're substituting custom regulations for a home business but not a home office?
Mr. DeRoche, are you still with us by chance?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
That's all right.
I am through the chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
The county's land use bylaw treats different types of home businesses slightly different from the way that the city does. And so the differences is we do have provisions for home business, and they fall under the cities. We have special the city's existing ones because they're similar enough. But what we don't have is home occupation, and that is a much more higher intensity potential use. Let's see if I can. I'm just trying to think of an example. So, for example, in the county's bylaws, something like a home occupation may be a trucking business. And so there's kind of heavier industrial uses that you can do in association with a country residence or with an agricultural operation. And so those require their own provisions beyond what we would cover under a home business in our regular bylaw.
Thank you.
Good, Councillor Bressie. All right, so I will now call this public hearing closed. I will look to business arising, and I see Councillor Berg in the queue.
Yeah, I don't know if this is where I would do this, but I would like to see some measurable on that handicraft, just so that, you know, the people that are doing the handicrafts at home aren't in any violation, because it's too vague. So maybe we do qualify of what a handicraft is and use the federal marker of $10,000. Because I don't want people questioning and feeling bad if you know, they're making mittens in their basement, because right now it's just too vague.
Okay, so this isn't really the appropriate time for that. This is business arising on that public hearing, which would be motions. However, at the end of this, I think that you could probably direct administration to come back with additional information on what that could look like.
Okay, thank you.
And then it could be brought back to appropriate standing committee for consideration. Okay. All right, so I see Councillor Blackmore in the queue.
Yes, I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-98, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that, and that motion is order. No debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Councillor Bressie's in favor.
Okay, and that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council give second reading to this bylaw.
Perfect. So this is an opportunity for discussion or debate and second reading of bylaw 1260-98. I will just give it another chance, see if there's anyone in the queue for discussion or debate on this bylaw. Seeing none, call the question. And that too carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I'd move that council have third reading of bylaw C 126098.
Perfect. So this is a motion to have third reading here tonight at this meeting for bylaw 1260-98. In order for us to have third reading here at this meeting tonight, it must pass unanimously. I will call the question. So that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move third reading of the bylaw.
Okay, so this is a motion to give third reading here tonight. This is an amendment to the land use bylaw. See no comments or questions in the queue. I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. All right, Councillor Berg, did you have business arising or something else in this?
Yes, I can't remember exactly how you worded it, but it was beautiful. But yeah, if we could have a committee come back to council with a recommendation on clarifying what handicraft business is with some parameters, just so that people aren't out there feeling that they might be in violation of a bylaw when it's quite innocent.
Sure, and I'm sure Ms. Karbaschewski just needs a second to, but she knows what your intent is, to direct administration to bring back to the appropriate standing committee further information in regards to home-based businesses in this land use.
Handicraft business.
Handicraft, sorry. Apologize. All right. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Is Councillor Berg's hope to have a verbal, bring it back verbally at a committee, or to have a written report?
Councillor Berg.
I'd like to see something written down with some measurables on it.
Okay.
And so it may not be the next standing committee, to an appropriate standing committee, just to give administration some time to.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on, scheduled delegations. As I mentioned earlier, at any time you would like to speak to City Council, you're more than welcome to come to the 3 p.m. session without letting us know ahead of time. However, if you would like to come to the evening session, you do need to let us know ahead of time. We do have one delegation that let us know ahead of time tonight. We have a delegation from the Downtown Association, and I see that I'm looking for Councillor Bosch. There we go. Very cute.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have to declare pecuniary interest.
All right, so Councillor Bosch will leave the chambers, and then I see representative of the Downtown Association is on screen. Ms. McNeil, if you could just introduce yourself for those who may be watching, and then approximately 5 to 10 minutes, and then council will have a chance to ask you questions. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina McNeil. I'm the chair of the Downtown Association, and I am here tonight to talk about just sort of a certain aspect of a grant that we have already applied for.
All right.
Should I just keep going?
Yeah, you keep going.
Oh, okay. Stop me if you have any questions.
Okay.
So we have already applied for this grant application for the entrance sign to the downtown. Within it, we have asked for 22 branded poles. And if you don't know what branded poles are, I think there was maybe everybody's probably seen pictures of them. They're like highlighted, like they're like poles and they have like cutouts and they have LED lights in the inside and they highlight, it'll say city center, and they'll be put throughout the entrances to the downtown. So if we get this grant, these 20 poles will require, well, it's minimal maintenance, but we within writing this grant, we need to ask for a co-partnership with the downtown, or sorry, with the city and the downtown to do the maintenance. So that's what I'm asking for tonight, is this co-application that the city is on board. We're also working with ATCO on this too. So we're trying to get the wheels in motion going so that, we can sort of contribute to this overarching vision that we have of, the heart of the city center, the rebranding, the revitalization. We're trying to, sort of seal the deal and sort of complete this project that we started, 4 or 5 years ago. That's all I got.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much, Ms. McNeil. I will now open to questions from council, and I see Councillor Blackmore in the queue.
Hi, thank you so much for coming in tonight. I just wanted to mention for council, if they don't know what the signage is that you're referring to, it did not get attached to our package tonight, but it was texted out. So if people want to check their text messages, they will see the city center signs. And we've all seen them in other centers before. We've seen them in Edmonton, we've seen them in Calgary, to mention a few, just to highlight certain areas of a city, not necessarily the city center. So my understanding is what you're asking tonight is that the city commit to maintenance of your signs for you. So it's probably a fairly insignificant amount of $2,000 or $3,000 a year, possibly over a 10-year period. Although I know that our administration might have given a higher number. Do you concur that that's what you're asking for tonight?
Ms. McNeil?
Yes, they are LED lights. So they do come with a 10-year warranty. So there will be minimal, there'll be minimal maintenance, but with this grant, we need to have it's sort of a time-sensitive matter that we do have partnership. You know what we're doing. We're not just writing this grant and yeah. So basically, I'm looking for, like I said, that what we're trying to do, and you're with us, and we can all work together on this, for sure.
And my understanding is that the grant is dependent on our acknowledgement and support of the project.
Yes, thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue, Ms. McNeil, so just a question for you. In regards to the electricity, was the expectation that the city is donating the power to service these signs, or what does that look like in regards to financial obligation?
I actually can't exactly speak to that. I think that it would be included, but I don't want to speak out of turn if I can't exactly remember what we talked about. I'm just having.
Okay, I think Director Glavin may have some information to help you out.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we've been working with the Downtown Association on this prior to coming to council. So right now, the ongoing electrical costs have been estimated at around $5,000 a year, plus or minus. That'll depend on a number of factors. With routine maintenance, roughly $1,000 a year. That's basically inspections. If the wind catches them and moves them, that we go back and realign them. And I believe the DTL was also looking for the permit fees to be waived on it as well when we were discussing with them.
Sorry.
And sorry, Director Glavin, just while I have you there, approximately what are the permit fees worth?
In the ballpark of $1,000.
So we're about $8,000 in approximately?
Approximately. So call it $6,000 to $8,000 depending on a few factors.
And so can you tell me, Director Glavin, was there any discussion? So this is new monies the Downtown Association will be looking for? Or do you know, Ms. McNeil, would it be you're moving money from current marketing support to this project, or is this new money that you're looking for?
This is new money that we're looking for.
And what's the time frame of the installation on this signage?
Well, we first have to, in order for this
assuming it's approved.
Through,
assuming it's approved, when would they be installed? Next summer?
I would assume is possible, but I'm going to get back to you on that. Okay.
Do you happen to know, Director Glavin? Okay. So okay, I'll leave that for now. Any further questions for Ms. McNeil? All right, seeing none, thank you for coming tonight. Our delegation business gets handled actually next, but you weren't the first delegation, so we have a few other delegates that were on the call. So if you wouldn't mind turning off your camera, and then we'll discuss it. And then somebody from our administration will get back to you if you're not actually sticking around to watch. All right, thank you. Now we are on to delegation business. The first delegation from our earlier portion was Miss Ruth Enns, and I will look for business arising from that delegation. Sure. Can somebody grab Councillor Bosch, please? Thanks. All right, business arising from the first delegation, Ms. Ruth Enns. Seeing no one in the queue, if I could just get a motion to receive for presentation for information. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, happy to receive for information and just speak to this. That's because we do have a motion from council. We'll be reviewing this in January. So it's not to say that I don't appreciate Ms. Enns raising concerns and saying we should discuss them, but we already do have a plan to discuss them early in January. So I don't think there's more business we need to do other than just say thank you very much to Ms. Enns for coming to our meeting.
Great, thanks for that. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. This is carried unanimously. Next, Grande Prairie Residential Society was our second delegation from tonight. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I would move that we direct administration to report to the appropriate standing committee with recommendations and potential financial impacts pertaining to the Grande Prairie Residential Society request. It certainly seems like a reasonable request to me, but I think it would be prudent to let administration give us the information they think is relevant and give us a recommendation rather than just taking action unilaterally ourselves tonight.
That motion is in order. Councillor Blackmore.
I just wanted to speak to support the motion. When Margaret Edgson Manor was built, it was a confusing time because it was the first project of its type in the city. And I don't think that council at that time, being me and others, really made a long thought out decision about how to transfer the land over. And we're kind of putting them in the position of the same that many of our Indigenous communities are in, where they don't own the land that their buildings are on and they can't move forward with finances. So I would fully recommend or fully support the motion on the floor.
Thanks for your comments. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question. And that motion is carried. Next, our third delegation for this evening, Ms. Kim Smith. And I would just look, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we receive the presentation by Kim Smith for information. I think we are already moving forward with this, so I think there's no need after our vote earlier today, and I think she came in as a delegation to represent businesses and the troubles that they're having with housing and homelessness and the people that are impacted by that, impacting their businesses. And I think we already passed what she asked us to pass today, so thank you.
Thank you for that. This is a motion to receive this presentation for information. I'll call the question. Carried. Moving to item 14.4, if I could just ask Councillor Bosch. Councillor Bosch is, go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to leave again for pecuniary interest.
Thank you for that. We'll give her a moment to remove herself. So item 14.4, as you recall, we just had a presentation from the Downtown Association. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that we refer the downtown city center business markers to administration to work out an agreement with the Downtown Association regarding these and to identify a funding source before bringing it back for approval.
Okay, so just a question. Mr. Glavin or CEO Galante, I know you've both been a bit involved. Remind me the time frame that they need to know and answer on for the grant. Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I don't believe they have an exact timeline that's been given to them by Prairie Scan, which used to be Western Diversification. But we can, yeah, I actually don't know if the next committee would be sufficient, as we don't meet till after into the new year.
Right. So I'll just ask Ms. McNeil if you're still with us, if you could turn your camera on. If you're not, that's fine. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Hi.
Sorry.
Do you happen to know the timing of when you need to know decision from council or from the city of Grande Prairie?
Actually, this grant actually had to be, it's supposed to be in, so that it's very time sensitive. So if we could get a yay or nay, that would be amazing.
All right. So I'll look to Councillor Blackmore in case you have an amendment, a friendly amendment on your motion, because it appears that your motion as worded may not be suitable to the time constraints that the Downtown Association is considering. And Ms. McNeil, if you could just turn your camera off again, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So I would amend the motion. I guess it's my motion. I don't have to amend it. I would change the motion to request that administration work with the Downtown Association to establish a funding source and to move forward with this request.
So I have a question because I don't see anyone else, and maybe Ms. Director Trim, you maybe know, or some director or CEO Galante knows. Can somebody remind me what's left in the Council's Strategic Priorities Initiatives Fund? I know it's not a lot, but I think it's enough to cover about $6,000. I just want to be sure.
Yes, through the mayor. The existing fund was fully allocated, and at budget deliberations, there was a motion to transfer the $800,000 from the land sale on resources. That's currently in trust, but would eventually be reallocated to that fund.
I feel like we did spend a bit of that land sale money, but I would assume that there's still enough there to cover this. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. So if I could offer a friendly amendment, Councillor Blackmore, that I'll actually leave it to Councillor Bressie. Go for it.
No, I was just going to say, I'm just confused. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but my understanding is that the only upfront cost they're asking for is $1,000 permitting fees, $1,000 give or take permitting fees, which are really just us not charging them. And then it's annual ongoing costs of $6,000-ish is my understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, you're correct. And we're just, I'll just let CAO Galante in the queue here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's correct. So I think we can split the waiver of fees and charges as a one-time expenditure that could be potentially covered, as Director Trim mentioned, with the Council Strategic Initiative funding. No problem with that. The electricity and general maintenance cost, that is an ongoing cost for the life of the asset, I would say. So that will have a direct impact on the, I believe it's transportation budget or energy and environment. However, it's a very small amount. So at the discretion of council, I think we can manage that as under the existing budget, but just to be mindful, this is an ongoing operating impact on that budget.
You're good, Councillor Bressie?
Yes, yes. Well, actually, one other question I do have, if I could. How would what I'm concerned about is, I think that I could definitely support the electricity costs of this. I think that's reasonable. I think they're an enhancement to downtown we spend a lot of money on. I could definitely support, hey, every once in a while, if they get knocked off by the wind, having staff go out and tweak them, those things I can handle. I think what I don't know if I'm as comfortable for is how this is going to be interpreted in terms of, would we be responsible for, if they fall apart in 3 years, replacing all 22 of them, or even at the end of the 10, 15-year lifespan? Is this where it's a city asset and the city always has to replace it when it comes to end of life? And so I'm just kind of curious how this would be interpreted by administration, because I'm more than happy eating the electrical costs and that little staff time. I don't know if I'm that comfortable taking on the full life cycle replacement costs of an asset that we're not in control of procuring.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Councillor Blackmore, but I do recall that in the presentation there was a 10-year lifespan was the expectation on the initial installation of them. Councillor Blackmore?
I think it's similar to the agreement that the previous council made with the Downtown Association to support redevelopment of the city center sign in the east side entrance on 99th, between 99th and 100. So I think it's similar to that in that what they're really looking for more than anything is to show that they're grantor, that they have the support of city council to put things on poles that are actually our assets and not theirs. And I believe that they're looking at 22 signs.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would support this motion that we support this initiative for the downtown. I think we can find the funding source. So let's not quibble. Let's support the downtown like we have for the last 4 years. So we need to beautify our downtown. Please support this motion.
I just have a question, Director Glavin or CAO Galante. Do you want the motion to read that we are waiving the fees, or would you rather there be a funding source for the grant for the permitting fees? Are we good just to waive them? Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure if it matters too much to us administratively. There is policy 607, which normally we would have nonprofit come forward if it were, that policy specifically was for affordable housing. However, there's a clause in there that essentially allows council to do anything. Look by resolution, council could waive the fees here tonight. They wouldn't need to do anything. That would be my understanding. Look to the city clerk just to verify that. But
So I'll ask Ms. Karbaczewski, would you like a second motion then? As currently the one is now is truly to support the operational cost for the grant that they're looking to get for this asset.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This motion is specifically asking to establish a funding source for the annual maintenance costs. A second motion would be needed to waive fees.
Perfect. All right, so comments or questions on the motion as in front of you? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that is carried.
And I will entertain
Councillor
a motion.
O'Connor?
Yes, Mayor Clayton, I had proposed that we waive the permitting fees for the downtown signs as requested.
So that motion is in order. Any comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that is carried. Thank you for that. Somebody could ask Ms. Bosch to join us again. Moving on to item 15 under correspondence. Two pieces of correspondence in your package tonight, very similar, and I'll maybe address them both similarly, both being expressions of condolences from the County of Grande Prairie, as well as from Alberta Municipal Affairs. They're in your package for, just for acknowledgement that, as we all know, how special Helen was, not only to us, but to many other municipalities and parts of the province, including, the ministry that she for so long would have served to. So very nice letters from both Minister McIver as well as Reeve Beaupre and the County Council. So just there for your information. I guess, would you like a motion to receive those, Ms. Karbaczewski? Could somebody just give me, thanks, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Truly appreciate the sentiments coming from both of our I guess our neighbor government and our bigger government in the province. So I just move that we receive these for information wholeheartedly.
Thank you so much. Call the question. And that's carried unanimously. Moving on to number 16, 16.1, public member appointments. I would look for a motion from council to go in camera.
I'll make that motion.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor.
I move that we go into in camera.
And we will come out of camera for motions from that. So call the question on going in camera. That's carried unanimously. All right, just need a couple of minutes to close everybody out. Good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting, the evening session of December 13th. I will be looking for a motion to come out of camera, please.
Yes, Your Worship. I move that we come in out of camera, please.
Thanks so much. Call a question. Oh, no. Script. All right, who are you missing? Councillor Lenners is in favor. And there we go. That is carried unanimously. Now we are on item 16.1, public member appointments. And I will start first with Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I sure hope this is going to be a team effort, but I'll make the first motions that council appoints Darcy Karbaszewski and Wade Palat to the Assessment Review Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2024.
Right. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. Councillor Lenners is in favor, and that carries unanimously. Next, Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council appoint Robert Moe, John Rudnick, and Neil Tazan to the Combative Sports Commission for a 3-year term each, ending December 31st, 2024.
Perfect. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councillor Bosch. Oh, sorry, that's carried unanimously. Councillor Bosch.
I would like to make a motion for the Community Advisory Committee with the 6 vacancies. Joanne Kozikoff, Mika DeRoot, Casey McLean, Lindsay McNeil, Curtis Valentine, and Gary Zuko to be part of this advisory committee.
For a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2023.
Thank you.
Perfect. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much. Just a name correction, sorry. Greg Zuko is the last name, so you get the right guy. Yeah, it's Greg Zuko.
It's Gary.
Okay, my packet says Greg. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Application says that, so.
Okay. So we're good. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Your Mayoralship. I would move the council appoint Wayne Drysdale, Joe Nellis, Scott Rosler, Dan Wong, Ryan Blay, Andrew Dunlop, and Serge Martin to the Economic Development and Strategic Planning and Advisory Committee for 3-year terms ending December 31st, 2024.
Great. That motion is in order. Comments or questions? Seeing none, call the question. That is carried unanimously. I will look for Councillor Thiessen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council appoint Bobby Dawson, Wade Palat, and Alex Dull to the Grande Prairie Airport Commission for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2024.
All right, so that's Bobby Dawson, Alex Dull, and Wade Palat to the Grande Prairie Airport Commission for 3-year terms ending December 31st, 2024. Call the question. Councillor Blackmore. Sorry, that's carried unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council appoint Cindy Park to the Economic Development Strategic Advisory Board as the Chamber of Commerce representative for a 1-year term ending December 31st, 2022.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Call the question. That is carried unanimously. Right, a couple more Pieces of business. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, I'd like to move council appoint Deborah Normington to the Grande Prairie Public Library Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2024.
Okay. Motion is in order. Comments or question on that motion? Call the question. That's carried unanimously. Councillor Bosch.
I'd like to move for 5 vacancies for the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee. Lois, oh geez, I didn't write their names.
It's in your e-scribe.
Lois Duke. Solomon Okafo for a 2-year term. There for one? Year 2, yeah, you're right.
So it's in your e-scribe if you want to read it.
I don't know where it is. Then we have Jasmine Gross, Scott Lissaway, and Peter Ma for a 1-year term. To the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee for a 1-year term.
All right.
That's a 1-year.
Just call the question. Can pull that motion up. So that's to appoint Jasmine Gross, Scott Lissaway, and Peter Ma for a 1-year term ending December 31st, 2022, and Lois Duke and Solomon Okafo for 2-year terms ending December 31st, 2023. Call the question. Please vote. That's carried unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
If we back up to item agenda number 10, council appoints Arlen Miller to the Grande Prairie Public Library Board for a 1-year term ending December 31st, 2022.
That motion's in order. Comment or questions? Seeing none, call the question. That's carried unanimously. I think we have one more. 2 more. Councillor Thiessen.
Ooh, thank you very much. I would move that council appoint Jamie McFadden to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board for a 3-year term ending December 31st, 2024.
Okay, perfect. Comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. That's carried unanimously. Councillor Lerners.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move that council appoint Cameron Donald and Troy Kamenecki to the Community Knowledge Campus Advisory Committee for a 3-year term, each ending December 31st, 2024.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Seeing no comments or questions, I call the question. And that too carries unanimously. Is that all of them?
Item 11 has been addressed.
Pardon me?
Item 11 has been addressed.
Item 11, I don't know. Okay.
No, the appointment. Because I made it and I see it's up here again. That's all.
I think I'll just check legislative services. Does that conclude our business for public member appointments? Thank you. All right, so moving on to council member reports. This is an opportunity to update council as well as the public in regards to some of your committees and a roundtable. So I will start with, oh, I apologize. There's one more motion. Why is mine not refreshing? 1 second here. Apologize. There's one more item of business before we move into council roundtable. Item number 17, IAFF agreement. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I would move the council approve the terms of the collective agreement reached with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 2770, for a 4-year term from January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2023. Just speak really briefly to this. I know that a lot of due diligence and a lot of hard work went into this on both sides of the negotiating table, and I'm confident that we got it's a very fair deal for both the firefighters and the residents and the taxpayers of Grande Prairie. So I'd encourage council to support this. I also appreciate that it's a 4-year term, so there's some certainty to our budgeting for the next couple of years.
Thank you for that. Comments or question on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. And that carries unanimously. Now moving on to item number 18, council member reports, and I'll start with Councillor Thiessen.
My hair got caught to my microphone. Go figure. Static electricity. Anyways, yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. It's been a really great week. I'll just throw out a couple quick highlights. Probably the biggest highlight of my last week was getting to hang out with Councillor Bressie and Councillor Bosch and shooting the Elf on the Shelf Downtown Association promos. I fortunately was masked up completely, head to toe, in the Grinch outfit, and I encourage all of council members in the community to take a look at the little skits that we all came up with together. It was purely a joy, and I'd do it again. Don't hold me to that, but I'll do it again. That mask was hot and sweaty. Also on December 6th, I had the privilege and the honor to present the Volunteer Service Awards. In that, I got to hand out the George Repka Award to our two very worthwhile recipients, as well as the Bill Bowes to a very worthwhile organization, the Salvation Army. December 8th, I participated with many members of council in a neighborhood association quarterly meeting. And on December 10th, I was there with many members of council to bring in the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Although it was a week late, it was a great event, and we got to honor one of our own who received the Premier's Council Award, the Award of Excellence in Public Awareness, and that went to Michelle Sutley. And around this council table, you may have seen Michelle lots. I know the mayor and Councillor O'Toole were in her house to present the award to her, so very prestigious honor. And Michelle has been active. I just want to talk a little bit about it because it's here on the province's website, but Michelle has been active on the Accessibility Advisory Committee of Grande Prairie and acted as the first co-leader of the committee with a significant disability. In 2021, she was recruited by the City of GP to the review committee for the Barrier-Free Business Grant. Michelle is also an active volunteer for Spinal Cord Injury Alberta, which includes participating in public engagements, public awareness campaigns, and speaking to municipal staff about her concerns on behalf of persons with mobility issues. She truly is an advocate for persons with disabilities and for barrier-free living. And if you've ever seen Michelle, you'll know that she has a big smile for almost everybody that comes her way. So well-deserved honor and privilege, and I was happy to bear witness to it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll just add a couple things so I don't take too much time. Yeah, we had a great time filming, so I look forward to those being out. I was fortunate enough to have my introduction to Grande Prairie Regional Recreation Committee and the Community Futures Board. It was a large learning curve to do the city budget for the first time, and I have great admiration for our admin team, and so they did a great job, and I'd like to thank our council for working together diligently to come up with something that hopefully works for everybody. I went to the Chamber Awards, and that was a great event, and awards given to deserving recipients. The hospital opening December 4th, of course, and then the several council tours that we've had throughout this month to get us, adjusted to everything that we need to learn. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. Councillor Bressie.
Well, I think I'm going to break the cardinal rule of mascotting, but Councillor Thiessen already did it, so I guess I will say yes, I did have a good time with those videos too. A mostly good time, although all the sacrifices made were worth it. But thanks for the invitation to do that. That is a highlight of my year, truly. Two other things I'll highlight was I had the opportunity through Alberta municipalities to attend 2 meetings with Minister Horner talking about economic development, and it was definitely interesting to hear what other municipal leaders across the province are wanting. Really, the big focus of our conversation with him, because we are municipal leaders, was talking about the need for certainty of provincial funding so that we can fund local infrastructure, local economic development, and also talking about the need to make sure that any economic development programs are targeted to get out across the province, not just into Calgary and Edmonton and their metro areas. Another highlight for me was we had a meeting of the Police Advisory Committee. A big highlight there was we got to welcome Councillor O'Toole to the table. So it was great having him at his first meeting. I know he's going to provide some really great input there. And other than our regular updates, the big thing we spent our time on was getting up to date on what's going to happen as city administration conducts a police model review next year, and looking at what would a municipal police force look like if the city of Grande Prairie ever adopted that. And not because it's necessarily anything that our city wants to do, but because it's something that we should at least know what it would look like, and that might get forced on us by the province or by the federal government at some time, so we should be proactive about it. And I think our advisory committee is excited to roll up its sleeve and start doing the work of helping that model review go well and get some good information for our community.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Lerners.
Yeah, so I don't have a lot. Speaking of the video, I didn't obviously participate in it, but I did like watching it, especially that point where Dylan goes tumbling down the stairs and then pops up like a true elf on the shelf. So that was impressive. Other than the standard stuff that we attended, I wanted to thank administration again for the good work they did with the budget. It was my first budget, and yeah, I found it insightful, and looked like a lot of work went into preparing the booklet and the information, and thank you very much for that. And also had an economic development committee meeting the other day with the group, and that is a pretty good group with lots of great ideas, and I'm looking forward to working with them, as I think there's lots of opportunity there, and so I think we've made good choice in selecting citizens in that department. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lerners. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Very busy month, and it's been amazing. So I really liked the video that we sent to the hospital staff. That was fun doing that. I really enjoyed that. And again, kudos for the budget deliberations. I was up to here, but that's okay. Got through it. Understood a lot more afterwards. Went to the welcome parade. That was a highlight for me, to welcome patients to the hospital. And went to my first economic development Zoom meeting. Went to the Chamber Awards, which was tremendous. The Alberta budget update, which was great. And Zooming the neighborhood Zoom meeting, that was tremendous. So a lot more, but thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I attended a couple things here. I just want to go through them in somewhat order. The Alberta or Grande Prairie Chamber of Commerce Awards and Chair Salute. That was a great evening. Lots of people got recognized for the work that they've done. Once again, on Saturday the 4th, I was up at 5 o'clock in the morning with my cohorts here, Mike O'Connor and Mr. Berg, and Rory Tarrant, and we welcomed the ambulances and staff into the hospital at 6 o'clock in the morning. Very pleased to have that happen. And we'll move on. Went to Freshco at the Cobblestone neighborhood, and we were there. All of us, I think, were there. So that was a great thing. And I actually went back a couple days later, and the place is just smoking busy. So that's a good sign for the economic. And with that, I I do want to recognize that I am on the Accessory Advisory Board, and I had the privilege of giving the Inclusive Community Award to Miss Corey Funk, and for the amount of stuff that she does, recognition. She's a nurse. She's got a handicapped child, and she just puts in lots of information and support to this community in regards to people with disabilities. And Councillor Thiessen, you mentioned the Premier Council Awards. Yes, Michelle Sutley got one, but also so did Tyler Henrocks. And that's pretty rare that we get two in the same day in the same region, but that was great. But most of all, I want to thank the staff that did this. It was Gloria Prieskopf, Mika de Groot, Tammy Wenzel, Nicole Hornet, Rodney Passenger, and Christian Resin. And without that, doing all the homework and making things go smooth, we went off without a hitch. And I want to let you know that this is kind of taken away from Mayor Clayton, but Mayor Clayton give the award to Michelle. And thank you. And she was so excited. With that, that'll be my report.
Councillor O'Toole, Councillor Blackmore.
Yes, it has been a busy month. So I almost hesitate to say that I was in the video for the healthcare workers and opening of the hospital because I am so bad at that stuff, so bad. But I stood in the background behind Chris so no one could see me. I attended a board meeting for Grande Prairie Tourist Association, and then later on, that was a Zoom meeting, and then later on, last Saturday, I attended their Christmas party, which was in person. So not very many in-person events these days. We were, I think all of council attended a tour of Transit Fleet and the new activity center, and thank you so much to the staff for taking the time out of their day to show us those venues and bring us up to speed on what's happening there. I did attend the Neighborhood Association Forum. My husband and I had breakfast with some of the nautical team, and also we attended the opening of Freshco, and we welcome Eric and Sandra Dick to the community and thank them for opening a business here. And I did attend an event at the Center 2000 where Minister Taves presented a financial update for us of where the city is where the province is right now. We'd like to have their budget as a city. And it was pretty interesting, but the most interesting thing there was the questions that came and comments that came from the people who were in attendance. And that was a wrap up for the last 2 weeks.
Thanks for that, Blackmore. Councillor Berg.
All right. Most of the topics have already been scooped up, but I'll add a couple of points. So yeah, it was great news when Minister Taves gave the economic update. Oil prices around the globe are high, and that's a positive reflection for our budget here in the province. I do want to thank Councillor O'Toole for standing out on the corner there with me by Center 2000 at 6 a.m. in the wind chill and the log trucks, and it wasn't until Mike O'Connor come up with an even better idea that we hopped back in our vehicles and honked our horns far enough away from any residential areas. But I really appreciated that because it was a cold morning. But Councillor O'Toole and I, we didn't bring our mittens, but we did fine out there. And so we had that. The only fresh thing that I guess I can add is Nighthawk Ski Area continues to put in their new chairlift. They're making snow. They're open for the Christmas holidays. However, we've got fluctuating temperatures over the next little while. So before heading out, just check with Nighthawk to see what their status is around the weather. And that's my report.
Thanks so much, Councillor Berg. First, I just wanted to mention and acknowledge, if you noticed, Council is wearing a new pin tonight. This pin acknowledgement is in regards to inclusion and working with our Indigenous community. I'd like to acknowledge Cardinal Creations for creating these beautiful beaded pins. Each of them is unique in nature, and all of Council has them and will wear them proudly. So thank you to Cardinal Creations for creating these great pieces of artwork. As well, many of the things that I did have been mentioned, so I'll go try to mention some new things. Had the honor of swearing in the new chair of the board for the Chamber of Commerce. It was my first time swearing in a chair. It was a great, it was a really special moment. As being a past chamber chair myself, it was nice to be swearing someone in. So congratulations to Tertius Jenis for being the new chair. Also that night, awards were presented to the Clemmy Collins Award for Volunteerism, to Judy Hine, the Business Citizenship Award, which is a really special, was a special recipient, or two recipients this year. It was a combination of the Salvation Army and the Friendship Center, who together collectively now create our community kitchen, and so it was great to see them to win an award. Also that night, the Danny Minchin, which is for the long-term business achievement, was given to Royal LePage. So congratulations to Angie Peters and John Kroll on that. Had the opportunity with CAO Galante, as well as the chair, Bridget Henniger, to sit down and discuss that day when we discussed, it was GPRC's future. And a couple days later, I had the opportunity to congratulate the new president, Justin Coleman, in Grande Prairie Regional College, becoming the Northwestern Polytechnic. So big kudos to anyone who has been a past past Board of Governor, to all the past administration and people who worked very hard to see this come to fruition. It's been many, many years and many conversations between universities and Polytechnic, and as Councillor O'Connor can attest, as a past chair of the Board of Governors, it was a lot of work, but we're there now, and it's very exciting news. Also had the opportunity to today speak with Mayor Dale Bumstead and Mayor Laurie Ackerman from Fort St. John and Dawson Creek, talking about what can be the future discussions between our councils and how we can collaborate together, what down the road we can work on, and sort of open that communication on a regular basis. So I look forward to updating council more on that shortly. Also had a mid-sized city mayor's caucus meeting last week where we identified the date that Grande Prairie will host, and it's tentatively going to be Wednesday, May 25th, which works out well because it's the Wednesday before Stampede. So it's a great opportunity for people to come to our region from other mid-sized cities and see not only what we do as a council, but some of the great things that take place in our region. Also attended, I was invited by some Edmonton business people to join an Edmonton Chamber of Commerce event where Minister McIver spoke. That was, it's interesting to be sort of almost a fly in the wall because you're not expected to be there. So when he's talking to other municipalities and chambers, it's nice to listen. So it was a good conversation. Also was asked to speak at the Probus Club, which, if you're not familiar, is a club for retired and semi-retired people with similar interests in the community. Had an opportunity to speak with them a couple months prior to the election, and then now to tell them about initiatives that the new council's working on and how the budget session had gone. As well, attended the Freshco opening and Mr. Tave's budget update, and I think that's where I'll leave it tonight. So I want to thank council for their long night, administration for the work and for the work that went into budget. As was mentioned, it was only 2 days, but it was a lot of work, and everyone did a great job. So thank you so much to that. And with that, I'll say good night and call the meeting adjourned.